The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Patton. You just have to press the button.
Thank you. Good morning,
Is the red light on?
Green light's on.
Okay. I assume that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning we have the Associate Secretary, Mr. Matt Yiannopoulos. Mr. Yiannopoulos, would you please state your full name? I'm not sure if that microphone's working.
Matthew Vincent Yiannopoulos,
Thank you. And your position in the Department of Defence?
the Associate Secretary.
And you commenced as the Associate Secretary on the 5th of October 2021.
That's correct.
Operator, would you please display the tender bundle list? Commissioners, I tender the documents as described on that list on the basis indicated. Okay, thank you.
Is there an issue? Or?
Yes, before we proceed, I'm sorry, Commissioners, we just need Mr. Yiannopoulos to take the oath. I'm sorry, we should have done that at the outset. Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've displayed the tender list. Mr. Yiannopoulos, you've made 3 statements to the Commission. The first was on the 1st of December 2023, that's TL1. The second was 8 December 2023, that's TL3. And the third was 11 December 2023, TL4. Are the contents of those statements true and correct?
Yes.
And are there any changes that you wish to make to any of those statements?
No.
Thank you. You have a finance and information technology background, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yiannopoulos, the sound is just a bit faint for me, and I'm concerned that it might be faint for other people.
Correct.
Thank you. And you have previously worked in defence between 2008 and 2013 as the first Chief Technology Officer?
Yes.
And so is it fair to say that you have an in-depth understanding of how Defence's data systems operate?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Thank you. Can we just turn to the topic of your responsibilities as Associate Secretary? And Operator, would you please display tender list 1, that's the first statement, at 0204, first statement dated 1st of December 2023. Thank you. You've provided a statement to the Commission which, among other matters, provides an overview of your functions, responsibilities and accountabilities as Associate Secretary, and also of the committees throughout Defence of which you are a member. You outline that your role encompasses the integration of the defence enterprise, and this includes being the key integrator for the single defence enterprise. That's a key part of your role?
It is.
And your role also encompasses leading the delivery of functions that include enterprise planning and governance, performance and risk management functions, information and communication technology, data and information management, audit and legal. Ultimately, you are responsible for the delivery of each of those functions, is that right?
Yes.
And your responsibilities in relation to these functions is not limited to the APS side of defence. Your responsibilities are to the entire defence enterprise.
That's correct.
And would you agree that your responsibility for the delivery of those functions, combined with your key integrator function, means that you play a critical role in providing enabling services to support the ADF deliver its military capability?
Yes.
And the Deputy Secretary of the Defence People Group is accountable to you
That's right.
and has been since you commenced as Associate Secretary.
Yes, that's right.
And is it correct that you are ultimately responsible for the programs undertaken by the Defence People Group?
Yes.
And specifically, you're responsible for the culture and workforce streams in the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program?
No, the culture and workforce streams were the accountability of DepSec people. I had accountability for the information stream within the governance of the Afghan inquiry. You're correct in terms of the overarching accountabilities that exist in the department, but when it related to the Afghan reform program, each of us had specific accountabilities for elements of that, and workforce and culture was DepSec people's accountability.
So it was DepSec's people's accountability, but were you ultimately responsible for her delivering that work stream?
Yes, in the sense that she works for me, and so all of her accountabilities ultimately are also via myself. But in terms of the role of driving the initiatives underneath the Afghan inquiry, she was directly accountable to that program board.
And in the strategic accountabilities table, which we can bring up, you're responsible for the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Task Force. So how does that sit with the DepSec's people's responsibility in relation to the cultural and workforce streams in the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program?
So Councillor, if I can, you'll see on the right-hand column key non-ongoing responsibilities. So I had responsibility to ensure that the response task force had the resources necessary and the priorities within the broader defence organisation to affect its outcome. Individuals within our leadership team had responsibility for work streams within the Afghan Inquiry Program Board, and workforce was DepSec people. I had information as a stream. And so I'm distinguishing between the role I played to make sure that the Inquiry Response Task Force had the resources and priorities necessary to get after all of its outcomes, and then the personal accountability each leader had to deliver on a work stream.
But I think, as you said before, the DepSec people reports to you.
Yes.
So ultimately you're responsible for ensuring that what she's responsible for delivering gets delivered.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And can you confirm that you're ultimately responsible for the program undertaken by the Defence People Group, the Defence Culture Blueprint?
I think the Defence Culture Blueprint is owned by the Secretary and CDF and was agreed via the Defence Committee. So all I'm really trying to indicate is for some products, there is a different organisational construct we put around it to make it clear who is driving it. And so when it came to the Defence Cultural Blueprint, it's of such import that the Secretary and CDF are the sponsors of that piece of work. That's not to diminish, I don't think, the point you're making about my role in management and accountability for the people group.
Thank you. Can we try and clarify your responsibilities in relation to data? In your statement, in the strategic accountabilities table, you state you're ultimately responsible for implementing an enterprise-wide information management architecture, and we understand that this includes enterprise resource planning and information communication and technology. would you be able to break down what this means in terms of information technology projects and goals for the short term and immediate term?
Sure. So there are two main programs of work that I am the capability manager or capability sponsor for. That we call it ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, which I know this inquiry has been understanding about the case elements of that. So I am the overall business sponsor for Enterprise or ERP. ERP replaces all of our current legacy systems with a single enterprise system that will have our people, our resources, so financial resources, our estate, our procurement processes and supply chain, and ultimately lead to a single master system that enables decision making in defence to be made off a authoritative set of data. In addition, we are implementing in May this year the integrated case management system that brings all of the incident processes that currently exist in a number of different systems together into the case system, and that also is part of this ERP system. The second big program that I'm responsible or accountable for is called One Defence Data, and it is a data platform and analytics project that is building a capability on both our protected environment, which is our normal corporate and business information classification, and on our secret environment where we do our warfighting and military training. It will provide a place where all data, both historical in our legacy systems, can be put to draw insights and build analytical models to help us both make better decisions and then hopefully down the track be able to predict potential outcomes. These two programs are very significant changes for Defence because they are bringing our disparate data into a single environment to enable us to manage Defence in a better way.
Thank you. And can we just confirm the sources of your responsibility for data? As we understand it, your responsibility for data arises through your SES performance agreement, is that right?
It is in my agreement, yes.
It also arises through your responsibilities in the strategic accountability table, that's right?
That's correct, Council.
And through your role leading the Associate Secretary organisation, which includes the data division, that's correct?
That's correct.
And through being ultimately responsible for the programs within the data division?
That's correct.
And finally, through the fact that the Chief Information Officer is accountable to you?
That's also correct. There's the point just in the table on the right-hand column, Capability Manager for assigned capability programs. That is the example, those two programs that I mentioned fit underneath that.
Okay.
That second point, yes.
And I take it from your explanation of the efforts towards the data work, you would accept that data is essential to evaluating and monitoring progress.
Critical.
Can we just briefly confirm your responsibilities in relation to governance? You are the accountable officer for governance and accountable to the Secretary and the Chief of the Defence Force for achieving defence strategic outcomes in relation to governance?
That's correct.
And there is now a Deputy Secretary of Defence Governance. Can you briefly explain to the Commission why that position was created?
The position Deputy Secretary Governance was created late last year and filled early this one to give better focus to our support to our ministers in the initial arrangement to deal with persistent challenges we have had in record keeping and being able to evidence the basis for decisions in the past. And so the new Deputy Secretary of Governance has their initial division is our Ministerial and Corporate Communications Division. Over this year, as I hope he is very successful in improving the quality of our products to government, and then we will continue to review the scope of that role. The occupant of that position, whilst reporting to the Secretary, works very closely with me in my enabling, and indeed it comes to my meetings that I have with my Deputy Secretaries who work for me to try and ensure that we continue to integrate the defence enterprise.
So is it correct that essentially the key accountabilities of that role is improving transparency in relation to governance for the Minister?
It's ensuring that we deliver accurate, timely and high quality advice to government, that's ministers, as well as the cabinet processes and National Security Committee, etc.
And is it intended that the role of Deputy Secretary Defence Governance will reform Defence's governance?
To the extent reform is required, yes, but that's not a specific mandate that he has been asked to do at this juncture.
In the strategic accountabilities table, enterprise governance transformation remains under the remit of you, the Associate Secretary, and is not listed against the new Deputy Secretary Defence Governance, whose role is not in that table. How can the new Deputy Secretary ensure the highest level of transparency and accountability without direct oversight of reform efforts and the problems they are seeking to address?
So the Deputy Secretary will have visibility of activities that are going on. That's why I made the point about him participating in my forums with other deputies. He is a member of the Enterprise Business Committee that I chair, and he has a directive that has been signed by the Secretary and CDF, ensuring he gets the right support from the organisation to meet the needs of a Secretary and CDF and ministers and government.
And you may have briefly touched on this, but could you just clarify how the role of Deputy Secretary Governance is intended to change over the next 12 months?
So we will continue to review, are there other elements that in a structural sense that might be better placed under Deputy Secretary Governance to improve the way Defence is operating or not. And, the emphasis I'd give is for the first while, 3 to 6 months, DepSec Governance really has to focus on improving the products that are going to government. And we'll keep it under review. And
so can you just clarify that for the Commission, who is ultimately responsible for governance in Defence?
Well, myself.
And as briefly as you can you just clarify what mechanisms are in place to determine whether the governance in Defence is sufficiently robust?
So the mechanisms we've used, so we did a review, I think, when did I join 21? So we did a review through calendar year 2022 of our external governance, of our committees. It generated a number of recommendations, which ultimately I took forward to Defence Committee. We agreed some and we didn't agree some others. We've had a program of improvement, in particular in our enterprise committees and processes. Indeed, the publication that's up on the screen at the moment it was an output of some of the work from the transformation program that I took on when I joined Defence. And so we have been on a path to continue to improve and refine our governance processes. And indeed, that is the expectation of Secretary and CDF for me, that our governance is efficient and effective. I would never say it's done, Council. We're a big institution and there's change all the time, and we keep it under review as to how we might improve.
Can I turn to the work of this Royal Commission? How important is the mental health and wellbeing of Defence personnel to the success of the Defence enterprise?
It's critical. Our people run the Defence enterprise. No outcomes can be delivered by our organisation without our people, and our people being fit and well, and their well-being is of enormous importance to the entire senior leadership team.
And can you please clarify to the Commission, how do you actively seek information in relation to the mental health and wellbeing of Defence personnel?
So information is drawn to my attention through a few mechanisms. One is my the chairmanship of the Enterprise Business Committee, which is our only committee that has every group head and service chief present. And so we look at our strategies there and our performance against our strategies, whether that's the work health and safety strategy or the culture blueprint work as that was evolving. And so we are agreeing on strategies for prevention, for training, for education. We are turning our mind to the leadership cohort and how are we doing that. For me personally, I attend our Capstone program, which is a program for all new 1-stars and SES, and I speak about the importance of our people. At every address I do to teams across Defence, I talk about people being the most critical role of each leader, to know your team and look after your team. Obviously, through the last few years, because of the Royal Commission, there's been a lot of focus on mental health and wellbeing and information to support this commission. In part, Council, I am receiving information at various committees. I'm talking about it whenever I address groups of people, and indeed we've been supporting this commission through numerous notices to give to try and assist in your investigation.
Can I turn to the topic of exploring with you the characteristics or factors that contribute to the effectiveness of a senior leader, such as yourself, in discharging accountabilities? Do you accept that effective leaders need to have at least 3 capabilities? First, they must have professional curiosity.
Yes.
You accept that? And you accept that you need to be a leader who goes looking and asks questions?
Yes.
The second characteristic, do you accept an effective leader needs to be proactive and address known issues as they arise?
Yes.
And the third characteristic is an effective leader needs to own an issue.
Yes.
So you'd accept that it's not enough just to enact a solution. An effective leader needs to follow through that solution and ensure that that solution has been implemented and measure whether the solution is effective.
I'm pausing because in many cases in our system, it might be that the accountable person needs to do that last bit to make sure that happens. So if I ask a question at one of our meetings about how is that program going, and an answer is provided, I won't follow up then and go and make another inquiry myself. And so it's not, I guess, in the tempo of our senior team, which is on most days pretty busy, If an area is owned by someone and they have a program managing it, we won't necessarily go and look inside it to see if it's following through. We rely on our governance system to do that.
So your position is it's the responsibility of the accountable officer rather than the senior leader, is that right?
Well, I'd prefer to talk to an example, but I'm worried that if look, my intuition is to say yes, but there's a lot of activities going on in defence in any given day, and if I ask a question and it's answered, I don't assume that that's not correct and people are not doing their job.
Okay. So in addition to the characteristics that a leader needs, they suggest to you that they also need 3 factors at their disposal. First, a leader needs to access timely data. Would you accept that? Needs access to timely data?
Needs access, yes. That's preferable.
Not essential?
No, it's definitely essential, but having access to timely data is a serious and significant challenge for defence.
Yes, but would you accept that in order to be a good, effective senior leader, you need access to timely data?
Yes, but if you don't have it, you have to make the best you can.
Understand. And the second factor is that you need expert advice where issues are outside your particular skill set.
Correct.
And the third factor is that you need levers, that is, you need resources that you can direct to address a problem as it arises.
Yes.
Are there any other factors that you think you need to be a effective senior leader?
You need highly developed interpersonal skills where you learn all of the different operating styles of the senior team. You need to ensure you bring the quieter members of the senior team's voices to an issue. So, that facilitative, consultative. You need to build teams constantly. So in your own team, build the strength in your teams to deliver on outcomes. And I think you also need to constantly have a vision or an objective that you're pursuing.
I was asking you in relation to individual leaders, and in your answer earlier, you spoke about the defence model that has a lot of committees. Where leadership is via a defence committee, do you accept that the committee also needs those capabilities that I identified and those supporting factors to be effective?
Yes.
But in the case of defence, do you accept that there also must be integration and a whole of defence enterprise view?
Yes.
Okay. And so where there's silos of information or silos of strategies, that is unhelpful to effective leadership.
Yeah, well, it's suboptimal for the outcomes we're trying to achieve as an organisation.
And for the defence committees, there also needs to be centralised control. So that is Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees providing strategic direction.
Yes.
And decentralised execution.
Yes. I prefer to call it a federated execution. So just forgive me for a second. So that we have what's been called the Strategic Centre, and the Strategic Centre is what sits on the Defence Committee, our highest committee. We direct strategies, but we let our organisation, through the accountable officers, deliver on most of those strategies. Many of the accountable officers have their own committee And I heard the testimony yesterday. The chair of the committee is the decision maker. And so when a strategy is, for instance, in our IT area, the chair is the CIO, but there are representatives from most of the groups and services at his ICT committee, and therefore the groups and services have an opportunity to input, to raise issues, for ultimately the CIO to make the decision on the best enterprise approach. Where agreement is not able to be struck, or in this example, the CIO feels that it's so significant as to warrant escalation, he would bring it to the Enterprise Business Committee. The same is true when I've had significant calls at Enterprise Business Committee where I've felt, whilst I have the authority to make the call, I would like the opinion of the Secretary and CDF. I've brought it up to Defence Committee.
Could we turn to the Defence Leadership Capability Framework? Operator, would you please display tender list 19 at 0741? This was a brief to you dated 23 May 2023. In relation to the proposed Defence Leadership Capability Framework. Thank you. And in paragraph 3, it states, leadership is critical to delivering on the strategic imperatives in the Defence Strategic Review and the 2022-23 Defence Enterprise Priority Statement in order to respond to the changing landscape that confronts defence. So you would accept that good senior leadership is critical for Defence to deliver its strategic imperatives?
Yes.
And do you agree that good senior leadership includes having effective measures in place for assessing performance?
Yes.
And that extends to both the senior leaders' performance and the people that they are responsible for?
Yes.
And you'd also agree that having documented accountabilities is essential to meaningfully assess leadership performance?
Yes.
And one of the challenges that has been identified in relation to defence leadership is a lack of leadership accountability mechanisms. Do you accept that?
I've heard that said often. It's why I created the Strategic Accountabilities Table, whenever it was, a couple of years ago, to try and document and publish for everybody to see the accountabilities that do exist in our system.
Okay, so in terms of what Defence is doing to implement leadership accountability mechanisms, is that the Strategic Accountabilities Table?
It's an example of trying to make that clearer. I asked and created a document called How One Defence Works as another way to try and explain for folks who are coming into defence or have worked in defence how the place operates. I mentioned Capstone in earlier, talking to new leaders in the senior leadership group. So I would say there's many ways we're trying to explain leadership accountability in defence, and indeed, I'm just looking at the note in front of me, we're also measuring it through our annual census results for our SES.
So from what you've said, do we take it that you think systemic objective accountability mechanisms are important?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Can we turn to the Strategic Accountability Table? That was one of the documents that you mentioned in relation to accountabilities. Operator, would you please display the table, which is at Exhibit J, previously tendered J. So you just referred briefly to the fact that you created. I think the words in your statement are led the development of this table, and that was in 2023.
Yes.
As far as the Commission can tell, the table does not include any outcomes-based measures that could be used to measure performance. Is that correct?
That's true.
And the table does not include any clarity as to how a senior leader would be held accountable for failing to deliver a particular outcome.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, you're just very
Sorry,
soft.
that's correct.
Associate Secretary. Could we please display the defence instruction, which is tender list 21? The defence instruction is where Defence designates individuals as accountable officers, which you mentioned before, and you are the accountable officer for 4 provisions in the Defence instruction, administrative and governance provisions. That's correct?
That's correct.
And they are AG1, administration of the ADF and Department of Defence,
Yes.
AG4, incident reporting and management,
Yes.
AG5, conflicts of interest and declarations of interest,
Correct.
and AG7, legal services in defence.
Correct.
And each of the administration and governance provisions apply to defence personnel.
Yes. Sorry, the widest definition of defence.
Yes, so that's what I'm seeking to clarify. The definition of defence personnel at page 0055 includes all Australian Public Service employees in the Department of Defence and Defence members, amongst others. And so we'll seek to clarify whether you interpret your 4 instructions as applying to the whole of the defence enterprise.
Yes.
If we go back to the strategic accountabilities table, which was previously tendered J, do you agree that this document is a high-level document?
Yes, I do.
And when you compare the strategic accountability table and the defence instruction, are the ongoing responsibilities articulated in the table for each accountable officer referenced in the defence instruction?
No, they're not. The defence instruction seeks to make clear the policy making right that each of those accountabilities that relate to that instruction have. The table that's on the screen at the moment is the wider view over accountabilities, and not all of them have policy making needs underneath them.
So you just referred to this being the wider view of accountabilities. What we're really interested in is where do we find the detail surrounding the scope of each ongoing responsibility? Where is that detail in writing?
Council, I'm not aware that there is a document that puts that into detail. There's not a single product. There will be, for elements of each of these ongoing responsibilities, some will exist in other policy documents. Some will exist, just looking at it, in documents that go before Defence Committee. Some of them are strategies. So it is it was intended to be the widest read list so that anyone in our organisation would know who's ultimately accountable for elements in the table. So it was not, it was constructed to try and get after this view I have heard since joining Defence the second time, that accountabilities are unclear, to try and make it clearer. But I accept your proposition that it doesn't have for every element. There's not another document that says, and this is how it's measured, and this is how it's delivered upon. That has not been brought into existence.
Okay, so if we just focus on your key ongoing responsibilities, you mentioned a number of other documents where responsibilities could be further articulated, for example, policy documents. Are your responsibilities further articulated in any other documents?
In a general sense, so capability manager for assigned capability programs. That is described in some detail in the One Defence Capability System. That is it means something. It comes with specific accountabilities to government and to Secretary CDF for sponsorship. When it comes to, pick the fourth one, Defence's Service Delivery System. So there's an integrated service delivery strategy, and that is a strategy that I have supported as we integrate the various services from each of the groups that work with me. The enterprise-wide information management architecture, there is a directive from Secretary and CDF that describes how that is achieved.
And do any of those documents have outcome measures?
Probably not.
If we turn to your performance agreement, which is tender list 2, your performance agreement expresses the ongoing responsibilities that you are being measured against, and it outlines the same suite of key ongoing responsibilities that are set out in your accountabilities table without any further detail. That's correct?
That's correct.
And there doesn't appear to be any key expected results in your performance agreement. So do you accept that there really is no transparent accountability mechanism?
I accept that there's not measures of each of the list points in something that would be, I guess, data-driven, but there's certainly enough in those 8 for the Secretary, my supervisor, to discuss my performance against any of those elements.
But in terms of accountability, how are you measuring whether you've delivered on the objectives if there's no measure that you're being assessed against?
Because in practice, it's a conversation of how for each of those, how am I progressing those agendas? What are the impediments? What are the areas that I need assistance in? As a senior leader, we tend, so as if you took a vertical slice of performance agreements in the Defence organisation, as you went lower down in our organisation, there will be more specific measures of performance because it can be related to task more easily. Quality of products or timeliness. By the time you're at a very senior level, it is much more about how you are affecting these outcomes and indeed what your colleagues are saying about your achievement of these outcomes, or ministers, to arrive at a view about my performance for the 23-24 period. So I'm very clear with Secretary what I need to do on a number of those initiatives. And indeed, if he is dissatisfied with my performance, he will have a range of mechanisms he uses to improve my performance or ultimately have me exit the Department of Defence. But this list is something the Secretary and I discussed numerous times through the year, and in the same way, if you looked at the performance agreements I have for my Deputy Secretaries that work for me, they are also at that broader outcome statement level without specific tight measurements. And, you know, that has been my experience. I've been a Deputy Secretary in 4 agencies. This is very consistent with how it works in the Department of Health, the Department of Finance, the Department of Education. Broad objectives of what you should achieve as a senior leader, and it enables a clear conversation about whether you are delivering on those or not.
So you've mentioned that you have a clear idea of what the outcomes are that you need to deliver, but I think the thing the Commission's grappling with is that they don't seem to be recorded anywhere in a transparent way so that the Commission can understand, members of Defence can understand, the public can understand what the outcomes are and how you're held accountable to delivering on those outcomes. So just to clarify, they're not in writing anywhere, that other than this conversation that you have with the Secretary, they're not recorded anywhere in a transparent way.
So I believe I understand what you're putting to me, but each of those are outcomes. So pick point 3, deputise for the Secretary and provide strategic advice to Ministers, Secretary and CDF. In assessing my performance, Greg will talk with our ministers, with the CDF, and with my peers to assess how's Matt going with that. There's not an objective measure. There's not a survey. It is a conversation. And so there's an understanding within Defence that if Greg is unavailable, I deputise. And there's an understanding across our ministers that that is a role I play. But in terms of an objective measure of what outcome did I achieve, we send 1,800 bits of advice to ministers each year. Some of them, they will say that was inadequate. We've just invented the Deputy Secretary governance to try and improve the quality, timeliness and accuracy of advice. And I'm sure when Mr. Miles comes, you can talk to him about some of your questions. But my testimony is this is a very normal way of assessing and coming into a performance agreement for senior officials in the Australian Public Service.
So you gave the example of point 3. I just want to confirm that that's the same in relation to point 5. So if we take enterprise-wide risk management,
Yes.
that's the outcome, is it? There's no further detail of what that involves as to what you can be measured against.
There's no further explicit detail, but I dare not verbal my boss, but what he would say is Matt's responsible for our corporate plan, our annual report, the annual performance measures, our adherence to the Commonwealth Risk Management Policy, our risk appetite statement, that our risk management system is working effectively in Defence. But there is not a document that did what I just did against item 5.
Just to finish off on the strategic accountability table, which is previously tendered J, we just want to make sure that we fully understand in relation to the 3rd column, which is the defence instruction. So if you can see that, defence instruction, 3rd column, and then within each cell is a policy domain, and we've mentioned yours is administration and governance policy. So you have responsible for the topics listed there. And just so I'm clear, to the extent that there is further detail of what the accountabilities in relation to those topics are, the Commission should look to the defence instruction and the relevant policy. Is that right? Is that the
So
only
that-
places where we'll get the written
Yes,
detail
but
of
for
what your
some,
responsibilities are?
so communications and service delivery, there's not a policy construct that sits underneath those.
So in
But
terms
yes, for data, legal, audit, and information management. Oh, actually, I'm not sure there's a policy for information management. There is a governance and directive issued.
So in terms of where the accountabilities are listed, we've got, it's just the defence instruction and the policy and the strategic accountabilities table. So that's the documentation.
That's the highest level representation of how the accountabilities are flowing.
And does it follow that your power and your remit in relation to those topics is also confined to those documents, to what's set out in those documents?
Yes, unless there's been a Secretary CDF directive, which would be read as well. And usually it will have some text in the event that there's some sort of conflict, how that is to be handled.
And just to finalise on this topic, you made the point that people lower down the chain have outcome in their performance agreements.
They might have a more measurable result.
So would you accept that those at lower levels are held to more specific outcomes than those at the higher level of defence?
I think that's a fair proposition.
Can we turn to the topic of sexual misconduct data integration pilot? And the Commission understands that you have agreed to answer questions on behalf of the Deputy Secretary Defence People.
That's correct.
And as we've covered, you're the accountable officer for the administration and governance provision for incident reporting and management, which concerns the reporting of incidents.
Correct.
Sorry, it's just very faint for me. I don't know if anyone else is having difficulties hearing. And for the purpose of that administration and governance provision 4, incident includes a sexual misconduct incident.
Yes.
And you also support the Deputy Secretary Defence People in improved collection and monitoring of unacceptable behaviour data through various surveys across the organisation.
I do.
And you, as we've established, you've also oversee the program of work run by the Defence Data Division.
Yes.
And you're ultimately responsible for implementing a reliable enterprise-wide information management architecture.
Yes.
In November 2020, the Axiom Associates, on behalf of the Audit and Fraud Control Division, assessed the appropriateness of the framework for managing the risk of sexual misconduct in defence. The report for Audit Task 21035 FM RSM Framework for Managing the Risk of Sexual Misconduct was published in November 2020. When did you first become aware of that report?
When through the notices to give and the tender bundle.
Okay. Not prior to that in your...
No, it was it preceded my joining back to Defence.
Operator, would you please display the report, which is Tender List 23 at page 0037. Associate Secretary, I will concisely outline the key parts of the report that I need to go to, and then I will summarise the action that the Commission understands has been taken in response to the report, and then I will ask you the questions. It is a lot of information, so if it's, feel free to ask me to repeat if necessary. So if we could just go, to the previous page, 0036, at paragraph 32. In that paragraph, the report referred to the channels through which sexual misconduct incidents must be reported on that page. And then if we could please go to the next page, 0037. And then observed later in that paragraph 33, sexual misconduct incident data is therefore fragmented as information contained in disparate systems is siloed along functional lines with no automated mechanism to integrate the available intelligence. The ability to share information or build a consolidated holistic view of the enterprise environment is therefore problematic. Further down in paragraph 35, the report stated, SEMPRO previously recognised a gap in a consolidated enterprise level view of Defence's data holdings and took some informal activities to report information. The final sentence of that paragraph reads, SEMPRO is neither resourced nor do they currently have the capacity or capability to perform this oversight function. Defence People Group must therefore assign accountability and responsibility of data consolidation to an appropriate owner to allow for effective oversight of Defence's information holdings. The finding at page 0036 was fragmented business information is impeding the evaluation of prevention, detection and response measures. And recommendation 2 was that the audit recommends that the Defence People Group design an evidence-based approach to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the sexual misconduct framework. This should be supported by, and they listed 3 dot points. It's the first dot point that the Commission's primarily interested in these questions. The consolidation of incident-related data to facilitate the tracking and reporting of trends and intelligence at the enterprise level. The Commission received a response from Defence in NTG DEF 213A, which is tender list 7 at 004 at paragraph 5, which stated the sexual misconduct data sharing forum trial was in response to that recommendation, and SEMPRO was given the lead to implement the recommendation. So that's the background, and then the Commission understands that 6 steps then followed. First, in November 2021, a paper was presented to the Defence People Committee, which sought the committee's agreement to the implementation plan for recommendation 2. And one of the actions under recommendation 2 included the establishment of a quarterly sexual misconduct data sharing forum trial to explore opportunities to better understand enterprise trend levels. The Defence People Committee minutes noted that this work would require continual oversight from the Defence People Committee. The second thing that happened was that in December 2022, a Defence People Committee out of session update noted that the Defence Integrity Division formally closed both recommendations of the audit report, and that the audit closure acknowledged that some implementation plan work was complete and some aspects involved initiatives to be completed under the DPC's continued governance oversight. The third thing that happened was in April 2023, the first sexual misconduct data sharing forum meeting was held. So just to be clear, this is after the recommendations have been closed. And then fourth, in August 2023, SEMPRO updated the Defence People Committee that the strategic purpose of the forum needed clarification, the work of holding and merging multiple data sources was beyond the resources of individual delegates, including SEMPRO, and there were technical, ethical, and legal issues that needed to be resolved, which were outside the authority of the forum. Fifth, at the September 2023 DPC meeting, it was requested that the work of the Sexual Misconduct Knowledge Sharing Forum be integrated into an enduring model for enterprise unacceptable behaviours reporting. And sixth, the pilot, that is the Sexual Misconduct Knowledge Sharing Forum, did not progress to the point of data compilation. So the Commission understands from that essentially there was an audit report in 2022, and by the end of 2023, nothing had been achieved in response to those recommendations. My first question to you, Associate Secretary, is it correct that it remains the case that Defence does not have a reliable and integrated data set for sexual misconduct?
That is my understanding.
And do you agree that without reliable and integrated data sets, the ADF cannot effectively understand the extent of sexual misconduct?
Yes, I think it is made much more difficult without having the data sets integrated.
Well, if you don't know what the numbers are across Defence, how do you know what the extent of the problem is?
No, I accept the proposition.
And nor can Defence measure the effectiveness of policies aimed at responding to and preventing sexual misconduct without a reliable and integrated data set.
I agree.
Defence told the Commission in NTG DEF 213, which is Tender List 7, we might bring this up for you, at 0009, in paragraph 23, Defence cannot list all data sources definitively, as in addition to data collected by supporting and reporting functions across Defence, data regarding sexual misconduct is collected via surveys. Do you think it's acceptable that Defence cannot definitively list all of its own data sources that include sexual misconduct data?
Yeah, I mean, on reading of that, I think it is less than helpful. We can list all of our data sources that have individual case or incident that are identifiable. What we can't correlate is the survey information, which is more anonymous, to, if you like, deduplicate the incident reporting. Because a person who has put an incident in through one of the incident systems is likely, if they filled out the survey, and of course the survey is not 100% and not everybody fills it out, to also report the incident through that survey. And because those two, one is anonymous, the survey, and the other is against the individual, we would not be able to deduplicate. So I think the phrasing there, when I read it, I think is, it makes it look like we're not trying to do something when we are.
Your evidence that you just gave was in relation to correlation. That's working out whether there's duplication or whether you've got something reported more than once. But this is directed to, firstly, identifying the relevant sources of data.
And so that's why we can list many data sources definitively: AIMS, Comtrack, DPSMS, So we do know systems that incidents are getting recorded in. All of those systems are the source of the data that it will be migrated into the new case system in May this year.
So Defence does know all the sources of data that it has in relation to reporting sexual misconduct incidents.
I think we know all of the sources from, if I call it incident systems, if I can use that framing, but I differentiate that from surveys, of which there are quite a few different surveys that are not going to enable us to definitively have confidence that we've got the complete picture over sexual misconduct.
And sorry, I don't follow that. Why does identifying the incident sources and the surveys, why do you say that won't, are there other sources of data? Why do you
Well,
say?
no, there aren't other sources of data. I guess what I'm trying to indicate is there is a difference between personnel reported incidents where the person is known and put in one of those investigative systems versus survey data, which is not always, well, certainly our completion rates are low, and therefore that would provide some indication. So all of the, maybe try it this way, all of the mechanisms we use to capture an incidence or an experience of sexual misconduct could be written down. I think we could do that. I could say these survey instruments ask questions. Have you been subject of any of the following? So we could list all of those, but I don't know that that would bring together a definitive data source.
Okay. So the question that was asked in the notice was describe the methods that are currently used to collect data on sexual misconduct. In your response, list all data collection and methods and data sets that currently exist. Just to clarify from your answer, I understand that you could say Defence does know the answer to that question and could list all the sources. We're not talking about the next stage of correlating or what you do with the data, but as the primary step, understanding what data you have, Defence is in a position to do that.
I believe so.
Okay. Were you involved in the response for the notice?
Not that notice, I don't think.
Okay. But I understand from your evidence that you say that that response is not accurate.
Well, I stand to be corrected by experts who work for me, but it would make sense to me that we can write down all the places that hold sexual misconduct data.
Okay. And back to the audit report, do you think it's acceptable that 4 years after Defence's own Audit and Fraud Control Division recommended that sexual misconduct data should be consolidated, that no meaningful progress has been made?
No.
Do you think it's acceptable to close off recommendations with the full understanding that their implementation is not complete?
It depends, and why I caveat is it depends on the nature of the recommendation and whether adequate work has been done to treat the audit recommendation, and then we have the right governance process picking up things that might be an ongoing improvement area.
So in this example, we have a recommendation that there be an integrated source of data. That hadn't happened, and the first forum meeting hadn't even occurred, and it was closed off. So in this particular example, do you think it's appropriate to close off given the nature of that recommendation?
I'd want to look at the evidence that was provided to the head of integrity in agreeing to close the audit recommendation, because With what, there were a lot of documents coming up quickly. With my read of it, the answer is no. I think it should have been left open, but I don't want to prejudge having a look at what was offered to the Chief Audit Executive in saying that enough had been done to acquit the recommendation, because there were clearly elements that were an ongoing piece of work that were being picked up by the People Committee.
I understand that this would depend on the particular recommendation and the work, but I struggle to follow that, Associate Secretary, because as a layperson, the language of the recommendation is pretty clear. This is what you need to do. I don't follow how you would close off until that's been done. And I think you referred to before to other governance mechanisms that would ensure that the work's done. Is that right?
Yes, but
Commissioners, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just concerned about the way this is being put to the witness. He's been taken to a number of propositions from different documents without it being clarified whether he's familiar with the documents or aware of the content. And it seems to be now a proposition drawn from those documents being put to him without it being established whether he agrees with that proposition. So I'm concerned that there's a risk of lack of clarity in the evidence and also unfairness to the witness in the way it's being put.
I can reframe the question, Commissioners. What I'm really trying to understand is, I understood the Associate Secretary to say sometimes it's okay to close off recommendations, and that was a fairly broad statement. And then he seemed to say that because there's other mechanisms that will ensure that the work gets done. I accept that we haven't gone through this particular document and I don't want to spend the hearing time going through it, but it is a fairly important issue for the Commission to understand, well, if you're closing off these recommendations, what are the mechanisms in place to ensure that the work is being done in practice?
If you're happy to rephrase the question, Ms. Matten, we'll see whether Ms. Mort's happy with that.
I'm sure you heard that, Associate Secretary. That's the issue that I'm really interested in. There seems to be, at least in this instance, and I won't go to the detail of this one, but closing off the recommendation, and the Commission is very interested to understand, well, if you close off the recommendation, and that, as we understood, was the mechanism to ensure that the work gets done, how does the Commission have confidence that Defence is ensuring that these implementations, the work has been done and the recommendations are being implemented?
Sorry, before the witness answers, I still think there's a disconnect. Are we asking a question generally or by reference to the specific recommendation and implementation? If it's a general question, it may be that the witness can answer that. If it's by reference to the specific example that he's been taken to in a high-level way, I don't think he's going to be able to deal with it based on what he's been taken to.
Generally is fine to save time. If that
I think if it's a general question asking the sorts of questions which leads to the closing off of an inquiry like this, it should be allowed. But I didn't understand it to be other than general.
I'll have another go, so just so it's clear. Associate Secretary, where a recommendation is closed, where a report is closed, and it seems on the face of the document the work has not been done, are there other mechanisms in Defence to ensure that the recommendation is implemented?
yes. So normally the accountable officer will, that piece of work will turn up on a forward work program for another committee to ensure it's closed out. It would not be normal practice to close recommendations where the substantive elements of the recommendation have not been delivered upon. That is why we have this, when it comes to audits from the ANAO or indeed our internal audits, the Chief Audit Executive needs to be satisfied that there is adequate evidence that the intent of that recommendation has been acquitted, and then they agree to its closure. So the general proposition, it is reasonable to close recommendations if there is still some work to do, as long as it is clear who has the accountability and the relevant forum has picked that up to manage.
And so just to clarify, how does it get translated to the relevant forum to manage? What's the mechanism for that?
So in this case, the chair of the people committee is the DepSec people, and they would have put that on the forward work program. So that is why it was getting considered at other subsequent times.
So then we should be able to trace through on the forward work program that work stream continues until
Yes.
the implementations are implemented in substance,
Yes.
ideally in line with what was originally recommended.
Yes.
This may be a too specific question, and I noticed my learned friend's objections, but the audit report expressly stated that Sempro's resources had limitations and Defence People Group should assign accountability and responsibility of data consolidation to an appropriate owner. And despite this, implementing the recommendations was assigned to Sempro. And then ultimately in August 2023, Sempro informed the Defence People Committee that the work was beyond the resources of individual delegates, including Sempro. So what are your views on the appropriateness of Sempro being allocated responsibility for implementing the recommendations when it was known it did not have the resources to implement them?
In my mind, it is reasonable to allocate the accountability to Sempro, and then it's up to that accountable officer and the director of Sempro to work out how to bridge the resourcing gap.
So they remain the accountable officer. They've got to deliver the recommendations, even though they may not have the levers or the resources to do that.
They need to take that up with their higher management.
Okay. And can you explain then how that, one way that could be resolved? How could Sempro work through that to ensure that the recommendation was delivered?
So they would work with their, in Sempro's case, their branch head to seek further assistance. If their branch head wasn't able to resolve, through their division head, and then up to the deputy secretary. And then ultimately, if the entire people group couldn't assist, to me to make resources available.
Okay. But would that mean that Sempro in this example is accountable officer but has no responsibility, like is not in charge of the people who are doing the work? If the resources are allocated from elsewhere, or they get reallocated to Sempro?
They could be allocated on secondment or on loan to Sempro for that piece of work. They could indeed not be able to not be supervising those resources. Okay. That is quite common in our matrixed organisation, that someone else will do the work whilst you're held accountable.
Okay. But Sempro is a very small organisation, and the report specifically said someone else other than Sempro needs to do the work, but you still think it's appropriate that Sempro is the accountable officer for this?
I think they have the expertise in dealing with sexual misconduct.
This is about sexual misconduct data, though.
And so they are the functional the experts in trying to manage this area.
But they don't have a role in relation to data.
No, but they are dealing with incidents on a day-to-day basis, and so can provide the emphasis of what's important to ensure that the data folks know what they're trying to solve for. So they're the functional expertise. I agree, they're not data specialists, but we would bring the data specialists to support the functional expertise.
Okay. What the recommendation is getting all the data from across Defence into one place so that it can be used to inform prevention work and training. I'm not following how you need subject matter expertise necessarily to perform that role.
Because you need to interpret what the data looks like.
But we're not at that stage, we're getting the data together. This is about getting a consolidated data set.
But data without context is not able to be understood. So someone will need to help the data people understand what the fields mean to enable them to achieve the task. So you'll need content expertise to help the data people bring it together.
Would you agree that allocating this task to Sempro, knowing that they're not in a position to deliver it, reflects a complete lack of interest in understanding and addressing social misconduct incidents at an enterprise-wide level?
No, I think that's too broad a characterisation.
Earlier, I noted that Sempro's update to the Defence People Committee indicated that there were technical, ethical and legal issues that needed resolution. What do you see as the barriers to Defence being able to consolidate sexual misconduct data?
From my general understanding, it's trying to ensure that we, in a trauma-informed way, do not re-harm individuals who have given trust that we will manage their incident in a confidential way. So we are very mindful of ensuring we do no more damage to individuals. And so when information is given to us for a specific purpose, to then use it in another way without consulting with the individual who has given it for that purpose is something we are concerned about.
Okay. So from that answer, I take it that you see key barriers being in relation to consent and exacerbating trauma and privacy. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you able... No, I'll leave that. Has Defence undertaken a detailed consideration of the risks associated with integrating the data sets compared to the risks associated with leaving it as the status quo?
Not to my knowledge, but we will be integrating all incident data into the new case system in May. I have not reviewed the case types and incident types and how we might be dealing with sexual misconduct incidents in that process. I can, take that away and have a look at how we're dealing with that. But otherwise, I'm not aware.
Okay. So I take it from that answer, from May, Defence intends to have an enterprise data set of sexual misconduct data. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Just finalising on the audit report, do you agree that it's part of the data division's role to assist Sempro overcome any identified barriers to implement the recommendation?
Yes. I hesitate because data division has a work program, but in practice, whenever an area is finding it difficult to do something with data, I will direct my data division to get in and assist.
Okay, so...
If I'm aware.
Okay, do you know what support the data division provided to Sempro to implement this recommendation?
I'm not aware.
Okay, and from what you just said, the data office is able to provide guidance on the sort of information Defence expects to be derived from the combined data?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that the initial report was before your time, but Sempro came back to the DPC in 2023. Was this issue of inability to consolidate the data brought to your attention such that the data division could be involved?
No, it was not.
Okay. What are the mechanisms in Defence where that could have been brought to the data division's attention or your attention?
So there are, I'd have to check the membership, but I have a sense that someone from Data Division sits on the People Committee. The chair of the People Committee, DepSec People, could ask me for assistance. They could escalate the issue out of the People Committee to the Enterprise Business Committee to seek further resourcing. They could write to me and say, we need help.
And none of those things happened, to your
No.
knowledge? Okay. Defence has informed the Commission that a technical barrier is that different areas of Defence use different platforms to record case information, and we understand that the Data Division and the proposed case management system are progressing solutions to this. Was your evidence that this will be at a functional level in May this year?
That's our plan. It's in final user acceptance testing now.
Okay.
We've been trialling data conversions for around 12 months. It is very important that the security model that goes with an integrated incident and case system is working effectively. It would be a significant problem if folks who were not entitled to have access to certain records were able to. So as at last status update to me, it is tracking to on progress to go to May, but I've been doing ICT a long time and being committed to a future date. I will not put it live if it does not pass the testing and has the right quality control before implementing.
Okay.
That release impacts 30,000 Defence employees. They will need to do training to get access to the new system.
At the moment, it's on track for May.
It is.
2024. Defence has informed the Commission that the case management system will alleviate but not eliminate the issue of duplicate records where one incident has been recorded on multiple platforms. This is the issue we were talking about before, if it's in multiple places. Are there any other plans to address the remaining problems?
I think this will evolve. So there are for example, our work health and safety system, Sentinel, is not part of the migration into the case system in May. So we will add further case, I'll call them case types, over the coming period as we have more expertise in operating the new platform, constantly pursuing our ambition of having one case system in Defence so that we can have a whole view of a person's experience.
If we put up on the screen the IGADF inquiry, which is previously intended E at 5079. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well. Operator, would you please display previously tendered E at 5079, finding 20? Thank you. Sorry, 5080. Thank you very much. Finding 20, and this was in 2021, there is no centralised integration of data relating to the management of sexual misconduct, although this is expected to change. The newly established Data Division will be responsible as part of its 2023 onward strategy for ensuring that integrated data analysis is reliably able to support policy monitoring and reform. It's fair to say that since the AGADF made this finding in 2021, there is still no centralised integration of data related to the management of sexual misconduct, despite the GADF's expectation that this would change.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it is also fair to say that to date, the data division has failed to ensure that integrated data analysis is reliably able to support policy monitoring and reform regarding sexual misconduct.
I think that's fair.
Operator, would you please display tender list 7? This is Defence's response to notice NTG DEF 213A. At paragraph 11, I'm sorry, I don't have a page reference, unhelpfully. Thank you very much. Defence informed the Commission at the September 2023 DPC, it was requested that the work of the Sexual Misconduct Knowledge Sharing Forum be integrated into an enduring model for enterprise unacceptable behaviours reporting. DPC noted that work was underway to bring together all unacceptable behaviour reporting elements from across Defence into one dashboard interface, tailored for groups and services reporting. The next paragraph says the DPC noted that DPG were to facilitate a newly appointed unacceptable behaviours working group to develop the interface solution with resourcing considerations to be presented to the DPC in mid-2024. Associate Secretary, are you able to clarify for the Commission how the dashboard interface is intended to operate?
I think it's still in the stages of development, but my understanding from talking with folks is it will draw together these different sources of unacceptable behaviour, and indeed from May that will include the new case system and enable drill down and longitudinal analysis of unacceptable behaviour data. So it will be an online system that staff will be able to navigate in to explore what's going on.
And so will the same scope of sexual misconduct data that was intended to be included in the Sexual Misconduct Knowledge Sharing Forum, will that be included in this dashboard?
I think it will, as sexual misconduct is a subset of the broader unacceptable behaviour group of actions.
Okay. And so if that's the case, do the same barriers to sharing and consolidating sexual misconduct data that were identified by the forum, are they still an issue in relation to this dashboard?
I think they will be, in the sense that, as per my earlier evidence, we need to work through how to avoid re-traumatising or breaching individuals' privacy, but that does not mean you can't bring this data together, prevent showing individual unit record data to enable us to investigate areas or units that have a higher prevalence of unacceptable behaviour.
So it sounds like Defence is trying to work through some of those barriers. That's right?
Yes.
And the obvious question is, why hasn't that work been done earlier?
I don't know.
Okay. You mentioned Sentinel and WHS data. Can you just confirm when that data is due to be integrated into the case management system?
It's currently framed in what's called Release 6, but I have changed the way we will progress. We will do 2 releases a year. So it would not be before 2026, because for the 2025 year, we are replacing our HR system, so our primary, what we call PM keys, and that will consume all of the change effort in the people group.
Okay. Are you
So
able
I can't confirm the actual date. I can confirm it post, but it's something in preparing for this Royal Commission. I've thought about, well, when can I have my work health and safety data in the enterprise platform? Can I have it sooner?
And the answer is
But it might, release 6 might have been 2027 or 2028. So I might bring that forward.
okay. So 2026 is the earliest.
Yes.
Just back to the dashboard, do you know whether all forms of sexual misconduct, including offence types, will be able to be disaggregated?
I don't know. I haven't seen the scope of the reporting working group and what. I would envisage so.
And do you also know how granular the reporting function is, as in how will the reports from that function align with leadership and command accountabilities?
I haven't seen a prototype, but it would, in my mind, it will need to go to the lowest unit of our organisational structures so we can see areas that have got issues.
So that's the intention. You just don't know whether the dashboard will have the capability to do that.
I haven't, as I say, I haven't seen the prototype or anything like that, but it's certainly feasible to have it at the lowest level of what we call a force element, the smallest team in defence.
Okay. You say it's feasible, but Defence doesn't have an integrated data system as yet and hasn't been able to provide that. Can you just explain why you're confident that it is feasible?
Because that's the journey we're on with our enterprise resource planning system. So we put in what we call the force element release late last year. That was what was necessary to enable us to deliver the case management solution in May this year. So we now have, for the first time, a representation of every team in the defence organisation at the lowest level, that we can now allocate financial resources, money, the people, the equipment, have cases or incidents associated with. So when case comes in a couple of months' time, we are migrating all of the historical incidents. So we will have it at the lowest level. What I am not personally aware of is how are we resolving structures that no longer exist. So teams that that were in existence in history do no longer exist. What are we doing with their records? And so those are the sorts of areas, Council, that will have to, that I'm sure have been solved for in the development of the migration, but I'm not personally aware of how they're resolving that issue.
Okay. So just to be clear, your expectation is that the sexual misconduct incident data will form part of this release, and it's intended to be May 2024, subject to any testing issues.
Yes.
It will be part of that first release.
That is my understanding. The only hesitation I have is, and because I'm unaware, is all of the sexual misconduct data in Comtrack, AIMS, and the other systems we are migrating. If there's another source that I'm not familiar with, then that won't be in there. So if it was logged as a Sentinel event, I can say it will not be in the new case system in May. But to my understanding, the answer is yes to your question.
And do you know whether SEMPRO, as the subject matter experts, had input into the design of the dashboard interface?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't know, I'm sorry if I've already asked you about the release of the dashboard solution. Are you able to clarify when resourcing for the interface dashboard solution will occur? We've been indicated that it will be mid-2024 and Q3 2024. Do you have any more precise details of that?
If that's what was provided in the notice, then that's when it will be provided.
Okay, and if it's intended that the Defence People Committee will consider resourcing at that time in the middle of the year, does that mean that there's currently no budget allocations set aside for implementing the dashboard at this point?
I think that would be correct.
What happens if the Defence People Committee doesn't approve the resourcing?
If they didn't approve it, well then in the normal course of events it wouldn't occur. But given the focus on this area, that does not seem like a likely proposition. And if they felt they weren't able to reallocate any resources within the people group's overall budget, they would come to Enterprise Business Committee to seek supplementation there.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Workplace Behaviour Measurement and Reporting Framework?
Yes.
Can you confirm that that framework will be able to assess the effectiveness of Defence's sexual misconduct framework and fully implement the original 2020 audit recommendations?
I'm cautious about definitively saying it will be effective when it's still work in process. That is the intention, is that it will satisfy that recommendation.
Okay. And when is it expected to be delivered, that framework?
I believe the middle of this year.
Okay. And so at that point, that's when Defence will know definitively whether it's just the intention or whether it will
I think
realise.
so, Council.
Okay. Can I go back to the prototype? You said that you haven't seen the prototype. Would you expect to have seen the prototype?
Not necessarily.
Why is that?
I have a wide span of accountabilities, and folks who have the subject matter expertise wouldn't routinely seek my view on something that that I may use in the future. They will go to experts who are using it to do their jobs.
Okay. But this is a fairly fundamental change for Defence, as I understand it. You're trying to integrate all of the data into
Yes.
one system, and you want to know that it's doing the things that you want it to do. You're relying on the people below you to ensure that it's
I do generally rely on the people below me. At the relevant juncture, I would absolutely seek a demonstration of how this is working, but as they're evolving it with subject matter experts, they, as I say, they wouldn't routinely show me. For the case system, for instance, it had been under development for 2 years before I saw a first demonstration.
Sorry, that's what I was talking about, the case system rather than the...
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dashboard.
No, sorry, I was talking about the dashboard. So that hasn't been tested in January, that's the case.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, I was going to move to the next topic, but I noticed the time. I'm in your hands whether you wanted to ask any questions on the matters that we've covered, or otherwise I would propose that we have a break now. We've been going for quite a long time, and come back after the break.
We'll just ask a couple of questions now.
Certainly.
Save us doing them at the end of the day. Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Douglas. Questions? Here you It doesn't look like we're ready with our questions yet, so
I'm sorry, I put you on the spot, Commissioner.
No, that's
And
okay.
maybe have a break. I'm sure the witness will appreciate a break and come back at a time that's convenient for the commissioners.
we'll have a short break. And just for your information, Associate Secretary, we do have to have a break every 2 hours because of the imposition on our transcription staff. So
That's fine. Thanks,
we'll
Commissioner.
have a short break and return then. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Batten.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Batten, there was a procedural issue. Earlier you produced or showed the tender list. I don't think we actually accepted it formally into evidence. So I just wanted to say on the record, they're accepted into evidence and they'll be allocated the next lot of available numbers.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. That was brought to my attention by my learned friend as well. I think there will be a slightly updated tender list. We might leave it as is and we can resolve any final issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Associate Secretary, may I turn to a new topic, which is the Afghanistan Identity, Cultural Reform, Defence Identity Workstream. The AGIDF Afghanistan report identified issues with ADF culture, and you were a member of the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program Board.
That's correct.
And as we've established, you supervised the Deputy Secretary of Defence People Group, who was the stream lead for the workforce and culture stream of the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform.
Yes.
So that involved overseeing implementation of the Afghanistan Inquiry Cultural Reform Defence Identity Workstream.
Yes.
Operator, would you please display tender list 29? This is the Defence Identity Closure Report. And would you please go to page 0283? Thank you. Associate Secretary, you can see in the second outcome, AIRP outcome, states the problematic aspects of culture and behaviours, e.g. can do at all costs, elitism, tribalism and specialness, and normalisation of deviance are better understood and addressed. So it was clearly intended that the problematic aspects of culture and behaviour were addressed through the Defence Identity Workstream. You accept that?
Yes.
That was the intention of the culture workstream. That's what they were trying to address.
Yes, the broader intention, yes.
Yes. And then if we could go back to page 0283, please. 80, I'm sorry. Halfway down the page, the Defence Identity Closure Report noted that there was a research report and the research report made recommendations. And so at this page there is a summary. In summary, the recommendations are and listed what the recommendations were. And then immediately after that list, we have a further paragraph that states, if we could just highlight the next paragraph after that, please, thank you. The recommendations will be consulted with the Culture and Diversity Steering Committee prior to being consulted by the Defence People Committee in Q1 2024. A key consideration for the Defence People Committee will be the accountability, resourcing and prioritisation of any agreed recommendations. Sorry, if we could just then go back to 0283, which was the benefits of the work stream. And this page in column 2 considers that the benefits of the work stream have been achieved. That's in the middle column, yes, to both benefits. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. and including the benefit I went to originally, the benefit of problematic aspects of culture are better understood and addressed. And then ultimately at 0281, the Deputy Secretary People Group approved a request to close the work stream. So this relates to one of the issues I raised with you before the break. Do you consider it's best practice to close a work stream on the basis of a research report being received when none of the recommended actions have been endorsed, funded or implemented?
I think it's good practice to address the scope of that, in this case, the Reform Management Plan. The Reform Management Plan called for a research report that has been produced, and the pathway for further action has been described in this document, enabling the item to be closed. So I'll try and be as precise as I can. The agreed reform management activity was do a research report, ensure it includes the following. That has been satisfied. And in the sign-off sheet, if you like, in the closure report signed off by the relevant Deputy Secretary, she has indicated where the next steps will go.
But the research report included recommendations, so you consider them separate, do you? You consider the fact
I
that
consider them the next steps in that process.
Could we just take you to tender list 6, which is NTG DEF 180. This is Defence response to NTG DEF 180 dated 17 October 2028. And at 0032, paragraph 132, so this is in relation to this Defence Identities work stream, and Defence have told the Commission while closure of the initiative is dependent upon acceptance of the research report and its recommendations, success will be measured by the implementation of those recommendations through work across the department under clear accountability and oversight by existing governance mechanisms. So do you agree that this response speaks of closure being dependent upon acceptance of the research report and its recommendations? Is at odds with what we've seen in the closure report, which just spoke of the recommendations being considered in Q1 2024 following closure?
Do you mind clarifying, Council, because the way I read that para is acceptance of the research report and the recommendations contained in it, which was affected through the closure. That does not mean the recommendations have been actioned yet. And I think that's what you're suggesting, but I just want to make sure I've understood your question correctly.
As we understand the closure report, the recommendations haven't been accepted and they're still to be considered. I can take you back to that closure report. It's TL 29 at 280. So as we understand it, in the closure report, there was a request for a research report. You got the research report. It listed a whole lot of recommendations. That was noted in the closure report. And then the paragraph, which we'll bring back up for you, is that the recommendations will be considered. So there hasn't been any consideration or action. It's the paragraph after the list of 7 on 0281. Thank you. So they'll be consulted with the Culture and Diversity Steering Committee prior to being considered by the Defence People Committee. So we read this as those recommendations haven't been considered at all, and yet the request was being made to close the work stream.
So my reading of it was the recommendations and the report have been accepted by the program board. And now the next steps are first through Culture and Diversity Steering Committee before DPC makes the judgment about who will be accountable, what resources and what priority is given to the implementation of those recommendations.
Okay. If I could just take you to 0281. And I'm conscious that this is the Defence People Group, but as we read the closure report, they haven't considered the recommendation, so there hasn't been any agreement yet. So if you see in the final box, is there any other follow-up work required? It says, yes, subject to agreement on the recommendations. So as we understand it, all we've got is the research report, and we've got recommendations, and we're going to work out what to do with those recommendations. We're going to consider them. We haven't done that yet, but we're going to close the work stream.
Do you have the minutes available for that program board? That's the Afghan Inquiry Program Board.
I don't know that we do. I know that it's quite a sensitive topic with confidentiality. Is the only comment that I'd make into relation to that.
Because I can't recall with enough specificity.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thanks.
I wonder if a way around this is if the question could be put on the basis that if the witness assumes that my learned friend's understanding of the document is correct, so he's not being asked whether or not it is correct, because I take it from excuse me, his evidence just now that he would need to see other documents in order to understand the context. So it's a matter for my learned friend, but if the question is on her understanding of this document, is that appropriate? Perhaps that could be put on that hypothetical basis without him expressing a view as to whether it's correct or not.
I'm content to do it on that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can you clarify for the Commission what's the approval mechanism for closing the work stream?
So the chair of the Afghan Inquiry Program Board, the CDF, considers the closure report and any members of that board's views. That's why I asked, could I see the minutes? Because the minutes might, but I don't recall, might say, and the committee agreed that the recommendation should be pursued. So that closure report is drafted for the purpose of supporting a closure action. It's done leading into that meeting, and so that's why it's written subject to agreement of the recommendations, because the meeting will consider, is the closure able to be effected.
Okay, and so the program board should have received a copy of this closure report in order to make that decision?
Yes.
Okay, and I take it from your answers, you'd need to see the minutes to work out whether anyone considered it should be closed or whether further work needed to be done.
Precisely.
Okay, but is your understanding that this work stream has been closed?
Yes, the Afghan Inquiry EI 50 has been closed.
Okay, and
EI, sorry, I might have that number wrong.
I think it's 63, but yes, this work stream has been closed. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you may not be able to answer this given the questions that you've asked, but do you know when the Defence People Committee, do you know whether the Defence People Committee has considered the recommendations?
I believe they have, because I think I've seen it referenced in the work in implementation of the Defence Culture Blueprint.
Okay.
I'll take it away and have another look, but I recall, if you go to those recommendation lists, things like re-examining ANZAC is part of the Defence Cultural Blueprint actions.
Okay. If if I do this hypothetically then, so if they're still to consider them, so if you just accept that as the hypothetical, if the Defence People Committee doesn't agree to any of the research report's recommendations or there's insufficient funding to them to implement them, what happens then? Do the recommendations just, nothing happens in relation to them?
No, my expectation would be that they would then raise that as an issue, either directly with the CDF as the former chair of the Afghan Inquiry Program Board, or through myself as chair of the hire committee to seek that resourcing, or indeed both.
And if those things still needed to happen, would Defence still consider that this work stream is closed?
Yes, but I read it in a narrower view over what RMP 63 said it would do, and that has been done, the generation of the research report.
Okay. And so, as we mentioned, the research report had recommendations, and that's really the reform. The research report doesn't give you the recommendations, it's the recommendations from the research report. So if the work stream's closed, how does that ensure that the required reform is implemented?
Well, the governance system described here, that it goes to the Culture and Diversity Steering Committee, which will steer the Defence's work on our cultural blueprint 10-year plan, and then the People Committee. So it's going to committees that remain. They are permanent committees, if you like. The Afghan Inquiry Program Board was set up for a duration. We have largely completed the activities of the Afghan Inquiry Program Board, and now our permanent governance vehicles will take the next actions.
Okay, so we should find it as a work stream in those permanent governance vehicles, and implementation should be monitored.
We should be able to find an agenda item and or minutes that reflect that research report and considerations of those recommendations.
And if they're accepted, implementation.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I turn to another, a related topic of the Defence Cultural Blueprint that you mentioned? Operator, would you please display TL14 at 0222? And it's the final one, the final one on the page, 0605, Q1 2025 Cultural Assurance Framework. This is the Defence Cultural Blueprint Enterprise Action Plan, and at the bottom it says for Q1 2025, deliver a Defence Cultural Assurance Framework that evaluates the common cultural themes in the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program to ensure that the recommendations are fit for purpose. Are you able to clarify for the Commission what the recommendations are that are being referred to here?
I'm not sure I know the specific recommendations in that way, but what we've just been discussing would fit within that piece of work that's described as Action 0605.
Okay.
But there are numerous strands there were numerous enterprise initiatives under the culture and workforce themes, and so it would not just be that identity theme, there would be other elements. But I apologise, I can't recall what that list is.
Okay. So this is talking about an assurance framework. Isn't the purpose of an assurance framework to ensure actions are delivering on intended objectives?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us why the assurance framework will only be delivered in Q1 2025?
My assumption is because we're doing the actions at this stage. We're doing the implementation work, and then the next step will be measuring and assuring ourselves that it's working effectively.
But shouldn't the assurance framework be developed up front to ensure that appropriate data can be collected alongside implementation?
I would accept the proposition that it's good practice to define how you're going to measure something at the start of setting the initiative in place. There are quite a lot of streams of immediate action in the next 6 months. The accountability framework and the review the accountability for culture has made, so that first joint directive that was published late last year, so that's about middle of the page, makes explicit a number of the culture obligations of all senior leaders in defence, and I think it draws on some of the outcomes from the Afghan reform program. But I do accept the proposition that we have more work to do on measurement of outcomes.
Okay. That is related to the next question, which is about the Defence Cultural Blueprint. Do you know whether that blueprint will include quantifiable targets and outcomes that define what success look like, rather than indicators that can measure any changes over time?
If you go up in this document, I think there are earlier strategic objectives that seek to define measures.
Sorry, could we please go to the previous page?
So I think if you can zoom in on strategic objective 2. So each group and service is delivering culture action plans. We also have a survey that will be running annually, and we're establishing a baseline of measure that we can then measure against over the next decade. Those are examples of setting up the measures and then ultimately an annual evaluation cycle that you can see at the bottom of that highlighted block at 0207.
So do those measures have quantifiable targets and outcomes?
I think that they're in progress. They're being developed at the moment. The status report I've received says they're on track and being developed, but they're not done yet. So it would be an overstatement to say they have them, but that is the intention as I've understood it.
Okay. And do you know when it's intended that they will be finalised?
By Q2 of this calendar year. So it's by June.
Okay. And will the culture blueprint enable leaders to use data to measure the gap between where they are now in terms of culture and where they need to be?
That is its intention. The caveat I would put on that is at what level of disaggregation that information will be available. Certainly by group and service. I'm not familiar enough with the development work on the survey to know how we will deal with small populations, for instance.
Okay. But your understanding in relation to that last strategic objective 2, action number 0206, the culture baseline, that will have quantifiable targets and objectives that will enable them, that will be the baseline, and they'll be enabled to measure from that.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Can I turn to a different topic of serving members with sexual offences convictions? The Deputy Secretary People Group, your direct report, is responsible for the overarching people strategy, which includes Defence overarching cultural reform strategy. That's correct?
Yes.
And in Defence Response DEF NTG 199, which is previously tendered F, at 0194, Defence stated consistent with the Secretary, the Associate Secretary considers all personnel issues within Defence are integral to delivering Defence outcomes, including recruitment, retention and attrition. Do you agree with that proposition?
Yes.
And also in the statement, it said, Associate Secretary considers recruitment, retention and attrition matters are part of his responsibilities and accountabilities under the directions provided by the Secretary and CDF. Do you also agree with that proposition?
I do.
And do you agree that issues relating to the appropriateness of ADF members who are convicted of a sexual offence against other ADF members remaining part of the Defence Force is a matter that falls within your responsibilities?
No, because the Defence Force discipline matters and the outcomes are independent of me.
Okay. This is not so much the outcomes for sexual offences. This is where someone has been convicted, the appropriateness of them remaining employed at the ADF.
So that would be a command decision. It's not something I have authority over.
And when you say command decision, the person's immediate command, who in the command chain?
I'm actually uncertain because it exists separate to my role. When it comes to ADF members, I do not have decision rights over their ongoing employment.
Okay. I'll ask you these questions, and if you're not in a position to answer, please just say so. In Defence response to NTG DF 213, that previously tendered 5, Defence advised the Commission that there are 31 current serving members who have been convicted of a sexual offence against another ADF member under the Defence Force Disciplinary Act between January 2018 and October 2023. Do you think retaining ADF members who are convicted of a sexual offence against another ADF member is in line with contemporary workplace standards?
I don't think I'm qualified to offer an opinion. It's outside of my authority.
And do you know whether a similar approach is adopted in the Defence APS workforce?
Actually, I don't know. I think if we became aware of one of our APS members being charged and convicted, we would likely seek their termination from the APS.
And it's convicted of a sexual offence against another Defence member?
I don't know how to deal with a hypothetical. The circumstance has not come to me, and so I've not been asked to form that view.
Okay. You said that this was outside your responsibilities. Is this something that Defence people could set a standard on for the whole of the Defence enterprise?
I'm probably straying into territory that I'm not best equipped to answer. The Defence Force magistrates who would form these decisions are independent of me and of command. They would decide what the sanction is for a particular event. I know you were inquiring on the Vice Chief yesterday. He or one of those other officers might be the best person to answer that question.
Okay. Do you agree that having people who are convicted of sexual offences against another ADF member poses an unacceptable risk to the health and well-being of ADF members?
don't know the circumstances of these statistics. In the way you phrase it, I'm uncomfortable with the proposition, but I don't know what was the action and what was the consequence.
And so I take it from that answer, you're also uncomfortable giving an answer in relation to whether this significantly impacts the ADF's ability to attract and retain new members, particularly women?
I've not seen in the data that has been coming to committees associated with our recruitment or retention issues, this issue being part of that data.
Defence informed the Commission in previously tendered 5 that it does not have a complete and accurate record of serving members who have been convicted of a sexual offence under state or territory legislation. Do you think it's acceptable that the ADF relies on members who are convicted of sexual offences under state and territory legislation to voluntarily tell the ADF they've been convicted and that there are no other safeguards in place?
No, I think it would be good to get a feed from the relevant jurisdiction.
Okay. Has this issue, the fact that Defence relies on people voluntarily disclosing, been raised with you during your tenure as Associate Secretary?
No.
And do you agree it's part of your role to develop solutions to address the potential restrictions from preventing civilian police from sharing this information with the ADF?
I'm unsure because, and the reason I'm unsure is it an obligation on every employer? I would like that information to be shared with us.
Can I turn to a new topic, which is a brief that was provided to you? It's Tender List 22A. Operator, would you please display this document? Thank you. This is a brief to you dated the 27th of June 2023, which contains options for how to manage a response to this Royal Commission's recommendations. Are you familiar with this brief?
I am.
Yeah. So the brief recommended, just briefly, the further development of option 2. Relevantly, option 2B would involve an interagency office established by Defence, DVA and Commonwealth Super Corporation. Option 2C would set up an office to manage recommendations from all inquiries and future inquiries, including those of the Royal Commission and the Afghanistan Inquiry Response Task Force. The recommendation was D, agree to the further development of option 2. You agreed to that and then added the handwritten comment, thanks Barb, very happy to explore the option 2 subvariants. My own view is that AIRTF is the likely best model, but let's do the work first. I don't intuitively wish to support DVA at all. What did you mean by the comment, I don't intuitively wish to support DVA at all?
I don't intuitively want to run a model where we're seeking to manage the recommendations of other departments of state or other agencies outside of Defence. And my primary reason for that is those will be matters for those, that in the case of the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to prioritise and invest in the recommendations completion. Any that relate to Defence will be ours. And of course we will cooperate with each other, but I wouldn't want to be inhibited in delivering on our outcomes that the Royal Commission directs at defence. But, you know, the point was develop all the options so that we can make an informed decision.
Thank you. Commissioners, I did have some more questions, but I'm conscious of the time and I'm conscious that you have some questions. So,
I think we can run over a little bit. Lunch is an hour, so happy to eat into that so you can get through your questions.
okay, I should be hopefully 10 minutes max.
Thank you.
Thank you. The final topic, Associate Secretary, is the pathways to change. And if we could display tender list 6. By NTG DEF 121, the Commission asked Defence to describe the steps taken to implement Pathways to Change 2017 to 2022 in the last 6 months of 2022. And Defence's response was, Defence stated it had taken steps in the last 6 months of 2022 to finalise implementation of a set of performance criteria and measurable outcomes for the strategy. And in a response from the Commission to identify the performance criteria and measurable outcomes, Defence identified the Pathways to Change monitoring and development dashboard. So is it correct that that dashboard is the only performance criteria and measurable outcome for the Pathways to Change 2017 to 2022?
If the dashboard is the coloured grid reporting or matrix, I believe that to be true.
Okay. The dashboard does not include any outcomes-based measures that could be used to measure performance. It just provides ratings like monitor culture or explore culture or culture alert. Is that your understanding, that it doesn't include any outcome-based measures?
It is my understanding.
And the dashboard does not include specific measurable targets or KPIs that define success regarding culture improvement?
That's my understanding.
And so the dashboard presents...
It's affected, Council, by virtue of where the scoring is for each of the elements being assessed. So there's not it has not been described as a target. We want everything to be 80%, but there is relativity identified in the reporting that came as closing out Pathway to Change in terms of areas that we'd had an improvement in measure and those that had had no improvement in measure.
Can you just explain that further? So they're not outcomes based, but they're baseline.
They're not specific, if you like. They're not saying that is successful if we get 80%. So that I've not seen that, and that's what I infer when you ask, is there a specific outcome measure? But what there is a reporting against the different facets that show over time what our surveys indicate.
Okay. And so essentially the dashboard presents ratings, is that right?
That's fine.
But it doesn't provide any specific direction on how to address them.
That's true.
And you would accept that without clearly stated outcomes or targets, rating measurements criteria are limited in value?
Well, the rating scale indicates what good looks like, it's above 80, and what bad looks like, below 40. So I accept the proposition that a target would be more useful, but the scale itself indicates where we should focus our efforts. Explore culture is an indication that it's not where we want it to be.
But you'd accept that absent clearly stating what's expected to be done, For example, in the event of a negative rating, ratings measurements criteria are limited in value.
I think I accept that proposition. Maybe they're of some value, though. I think a potential recommendation out of the Royal Commission that helps us understand what to measure in our culture would be very valuable. We are trying to, we tend to measure things to look for the absence of negative conduct. What does the positive measures look like, so that we can learn what's going on in that area and apply that as potentially a mitigation strategy. So I do accept the premise that measurement needs improving. I think for many of these areas, just looking on the page, some have gone well and some less well, and we've just recommitted through the Defence Cultural Blueprint to continue to try and improve the culture of defence.
Do you accept, though, that Defence should be able to clearly state what cultural reform success looks like?
Yes, but I would say in the narrative piece that sits in the Defence Culture Blueprint, we do describe what success looks like in a narrative form.
And do you accept that Defence should also be able to outline expected actions if culture is not rated as effective?
Yes, I think it's reasonable to outline what interventions we will take if the results for an area are not what we seek.
Associate Secretary, are you familiar with the Nous Group review of the Pathways to Change?
It's been alluded to, but I haven't read it.
Okay, I won't ask you about it. Then perhaps we'll come back to that on the next occasion. Thank you for the extra time, Commissioners. They're the matters that I wish to ask of this witness.
Thank you, Ms Batten. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Associate Secretary. I wanted to go back to the issue that Council was raising in relation to those serving members remaining within Defence who have been convicted of sexual offences. You indicated that the decision about their retention in service doesn't rest with you, but the policy matters around recruitment, retention and attrition, I think you said, essentially rests with you. So from a policy perspective, have you or the department given consideration to what it means to have serving members convicted of sexual offences remaining within the service?
Commissioner, I have not, but I, post today's appearance, will be asking some questions of how that decision is taken and who has the authority, because I am uncomfortable with the way that on prima facie looks. So, but I have not prior to today, to be clear in answer to your question.
Can I perhaps ask why it hasn't been considered prior to now as a policy issue?
Well, it may well have been, but it's not something I was aware of. Because these matters don't, in the ordinary course of business, come before me. The statement, which was in the tender bundle, was the first time I knew of those statistics.
Okay, thank you. Now, earlier this morning you said in relation to, I guess, the hierarchy and how things work, you said essentially that you rely on those who are the accountable officers if you ask a question, you get an answer, you tend to believe them, you assume it's correct, I think you said. I'm curious to understand, do you ever do any checks to know that what you're being told is correct? How do you actually know?
So in some limited occasions, if I've had an area answer my question, but I still have reservations about the efficacy or the fullness with which they have offered that advice back, I might ask for an audit or a review into that area of inquiry. So occasionally I will seek a second assurance point, for instance, on a project that might have been late a few times, and say, well, I now want an independent party to have a look at it and tell me what their view of what is holding it back. But in general terms, Commissioner, it is a strong trust relationship I have with my direct reports, and if I did not trust their advice, there is a broader issue that I will need to manage.
I wanted to ask you about your role, I guess, in accountability. Since I'm aware that there have been previous reviews in defence that have talked about the lack of clarity in accountabilities, and they go back a number of years. You started in October 2021, and one of the tasks that you've undertaken is to draw up that table around the strategic accountabilities to try and make it clearer. I'm just wondering how you would assess currently the level of clarity around accountabilities in defence.
Commissioner, I would assess the accountabilities are clear, but there are parts of my organisation that don't like them. And so when they don't like them, they refer as unclear the accountabilities. And so, you know, in an organisation that has 19 Band 3 or 3-star officers, all of us would like the simplicity of having all of the resources we need, financial and people, under our direct control. But that is not the defence organisation in 2024. We need to rely on others to enable us to deliver outcomes for government and the Australian public. And so I push back when I hear language inside defence about accountabilities being unclear. It's why I publish the matrix. It's why it's on our intranet for all staff to see. But certainly, as it descends in our organisation, there will be people who disagree that it's unclear, or just disagree because they think they should have the accountability or responsibility for that matter.
So we have a level of clarity around accountabilities, but a level of perhaps disagreement with that. What I think we've heard through Council's examination this morning is a sense of can I describe it as the vagaries of the accountability as it goes through the organisation between committees and individuals, and across the organisation there's accountable officers, but then you might not have the budget, or and you have to go and ask for it, or you have to escalate. So the accountabilities are there, but they're not necessarily assured, it seems to me from what I've heard. Then in addition to that, what I heard you say this morning was that access to timely data is a serious and significant challenge for defence. I also heard you say that Defence has persistent challenges in record keeping. Or I think that might have actually been in one of the documents. And you've also said that you accept that more work needs to be done on the measurement of outcomes, and that for some things we have ratings but not measures or targets or KPIs. And I guess, given all of that, I asked the question about how confident we as a commission, and I guess members of the public, and particularly family members of those who've experienced loss through suicide, can be in the operation, I guess, of defence. Sorry, the other thing I should have added to that was just at the end of last year, you brought in a new separate DepSec to oversee governance, which is an acknowledgement that governance isn't working well. So we've got issues with accountability, we've got issues with governance, we've got issues with measurement, we've got issues with record keeping, we've got issues with data. So how confident can we be?
Commissioner, I don't know how to build your confidence other than to say we are focused on improving all of those areas that you asked in your question. Defence as an organisation has when I first came back to this job, I talk about we're an operational organisation. We do things. What I'm trying to build is strength in the systems that support us in that, so that we can evidence to government and indeed to your Royal Commission that we are trying to improve the way we operate as an institution. We're constantly reforming. The changes to the personnel function that removed large numbers of people and created the diarchy with the Chief of Personnel and DepSec people is evidence we are not done. We are constantly trying to improve accountabilities to deliver better outcomes. Record keeping has been a persistent challenge. We have technology. I've trained tens of thousands of people how to use it, but yet still critical records are difficult to locate when there's an audit into a particular area. And so I guess the confidence I express is we take this very seriously. There are resources dedicated to trying to improve the way we operate. Data was a problem when I was here in my earlier tenure, 2008 to 2013, and it had barely improved when I came back in 2021. But now I have a platform. I achieved initial capability in December last year on the protected environment. I've hired data scientists. I've hired people who have the expertise, and we've developed our first use case to look at ADF injury data as a predictor of what's going on in our training system. But I would certainly not say this is easy. This is reform in the largest, most complex organisation in our Commonwealth, and there's a lot of pressure on us to also deliver immediate outcomes, whether that's the Defence Strategic Review or support for government priorities. But I hope that's given you a sense, but I will consider your question further. What else can we do to build confidence?
Yes, and thank you for that response. And I do understand the activity and the reform that you're endeavouring to drive. I guess I'm also sitting here being very cognizant of the fact that we've referred to at least 57 previous reports, 769 recommendations. Now, admittedly, not all of those directed at defence. A lot of activity has occurred over that time, but not much has changed.
Yes.
And so I'm hearing a lot of activity. I'm hopeful that the change might come. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Mr. Yiannopoulos, can I take you back to that issue of sexual offence convictions? Would I be correct in imagining that when people seek to be recruited to the Defence Force, there would be a criminal history check?
Yes, you'd be correct.
Do you know whether there's a policy about what happens if there are sexual offence convictions on the criminal history check?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know if there's a policy.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just, two very quick points, Associate Secretary, if I can just take that a step further. And I understand we'll be seeing you again, so it's really just a couple of points now to discuss. In relation to those who may have been convicted by state or territory jurisdictions, I think you said it would be good to get a feed from that relevant jurisdiction, and you'd like that information obviously to be shared with you. That's sort of putting the onus on the territory or the jurisdiction to let you know. Is there no obligation at the moment on a person who's been convicted of sexual offences in a state or territory jurisdiction, no obligation on them to inform defence?
I believe there is an obligation on them informing us. I think there's just no mechanism we can use to ensure that has occurred,
So
Commissioner.
they can lie
By omission.
by omission. Okay, and just turning to those 31 odd current serving members who've been convicted of sexual offences against another defence member under the DFDA. I mean, that's information that Defence must have. It's not from a territory or state.
No, that's right. That's under our jurisdiction.
What happens with that? Why are they serving? Do you know what the process is once a conviction's been recorded in the DFDA?
I'm sorry, I don't know the process. The Vice Chief that was giving testimony yesterday would be the most senior ADF member who could talk about how that information is handled, but command would know. The command of that person would know that they've been charged and then convicted in whatever the process was under the Defence Force Discipline Act.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to confirm, you mentioned earlier that you've not read the Nous report?
I don't recall it.
You don't recall?
I'll have read it before I'm back here, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Batten, Ms Mort, and then we'll go back to Ms Batten.
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have any questions, pardon me. So I think it's just the matter of the tender list.
Yes, I understand there's been a new tender list. So I would seek to tender that tender list in place of the one that I didn't tender this morning, if that's possible, please.
Thank you. How many pages is that?
It's about 5.
Okay. Thank you. So it'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I understand Associate Secretary was issued a summons for this appearance, and then there's a
Yes.
separate appearance for the subsequent appearances. So I'd seek to have him discharged from the summons for today.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms Mort.
Pardon me. Yes, that was our understanding also.
Okay. Thank you, Associate Secretary. Thank you for your evidence today. You are excused from your summons to appear today and we'll meet again.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Okay. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned to 1:15 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence of Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ribagotti.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, we will now hear from Brigadier Caitlin Langford, the Director General of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch, and Ms. Cassandra Haynes, the First Assistant Secretary, People Services and Wellbeing, to whom Brigadier Langford reports. Commissioners, you will recall that on 24 May 2023, we heard from Brigadier Langford, who was then the Director General of Mental Health and Wellbeing. Brigadier Langford's evidence, broadly summarised on that occasion, concerned her roles and responsibilities as the Director General, including then the key role of establishing the work of the branch, the genesis and the establishment of the branch, and the proposed work of the branch. Commissioners, during the work of this Royal Commission, the Director General and the branch have assumed a central role in suicide prevention and mental health and wellbeing in the ADF and generally. Thus, on this occasion, with Brigadier Langford and Ms. Haynes, we will together examine the current status of the branch, and that will include the transfer of functions to it and the resourcing of the branch and its engagement with key stakeholders. We'll obtain from Brigadier Langford an update on the role and function responsibilities of the branch and the work of the branch to date, including its priorities. Now, Commissioners, those priorities include the Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy of 2024 to 2029 and related action plans and policies, then other relevant frameworks and policies, the Director General's responsibility for the operational implementation of various programs that form part of the ADF Suicide Prevention Program, and then the First Assistant Secretary's responsibility as an accountable officer. And finally, we'll hear in relation to the ADF Suicide Review Pilot. As a matter of formality, Commissioners, might I ask that the witnesses be sworn or affirmed?
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Ribagotti. And on that, Mr. Fordham's joined us. His appearance was announced yesterday, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Now, together with this examination, there is, of course, a bundle of documents to which we will refer. You see the tender bundle displayed there, together with certain documents marked in blue, which are confidential. I tender those documents in the manner described.
Thank you, Mr. Ribagotti. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful, Commissioners. Ms. Haynes, might I start with you? You are the First Assistant Secretary of People Services and Wellbeing, is that correct? Yes. Would you be able to tell the Commissioners, please, the time that you have had in that present position?
I was promoted into that position on the 17th of August 2023.
Thank you. And what are your roles and responsibilities in that position?
So I oversee and I am accountable for a number of branches within Defence People Group. They include the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch, HR Services, which is specifically related to APS staff, Work Health and Safety, our Privacy Office, our Office of Senior Management, which is in relation to APS staff specifically, our Payroll Systems and Processing Branch, HR Transformation Branch, and also administrative oversight and support for Defence Families Australia.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Might you indicate to the Commissioners your professional experience prior to taking this role on and also your qualifications?
Great. So my qualifications are, I have a degree in communications and public relations, majoring in sociology. I am a career public servant of 20 years in the HR field. I have worked mainly in central agencies and in the HR lens around work health and safety, rehabilitation, early intervention, mental health supports, code of conduct, performance management, etc. Recently, before joining Defence, I was with Department of Finance, where I headed up a task force called Culture and Reform, which was specifically looking at implementing and contributing to the recommendations coming from Commissioner Jenkins' report into parliamentary workplaces, and also in particular Stephanie Foster's interim report to that. So I oversaw a number of the recommendations that were relevant to that workplace.
Thank you. Brigadier Langford, you are the Director General, as I mentioned, of the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch, that's correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you're originally the Director General of Mental Health and Wellbeing, and that you assumed that position in November 2022, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And as at July, when the branch was established, you then became the Director General of the branch.
So there was a branch to be a Director General for. I was appointed as the Director General in November
I see.
2021.
And we have covered on the last occasion your experience and background, so we won't address that on this occasion. But might we revisit briefly your roles and responsibilities? Originally, it was leading and managing the design of the branch, and then associated resourcing to support the branch's then implementation plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thereafter, you're involved in setting policy and program requirements, and involved in the continuous improvement program that is associated with mental health and wellbeing across Defence. Is that right?
Yes.
You're also involved in co-designing with the Department of Veteran Affairs to develop the strategy and to implement it, and relevant action plans. Is that right?
That is the accountability, yes.
Yes. And also to support other groups and services within Defence to implement those action plans and articulate programs in conformance with them. Is that right?
That's correct, when they're developed.
Yes. And as to your roles and responsibilities, with the implementation now of the branch and its having been established, have they changed in any particular way, or is it the case that some have been effectively undertaken and there are others that you are continuing with?
So in answer to that question, if I understand it correctly, upon commencement, there were 3 key lines of effort identified. You point to the development of the branch, and indeed that is being well resourced to date, and by mid this year it is anticipated that the 68 positions will either have people within them or are subject to some final recruitment, so that's a positive sign. Another key line of effort, as you've pointed out, is the development and co-design with DVA on the Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. That is absolutely progressing. And the final point was to understand what an assurance activity might look like from the new branch. And again, I can talk more about that work and its progress.
Yes, thank you. And in due course, I'll ask you about both of those topics. I'm grateful. In the meantime, however, might I just display an organisational chart just so we can, for the commissioners and the public, fit the branch and your role, Ms Haynes, in the overall structure of the enterprise. The relevant document idea for the current organisational chart is DEF.1335.0003.001. It's a document that's easy to read. You will see that the relevant columns, I believe, are then the first 2 columns, and you might be able to assist me with this in this document, and if you could, thank you. Operator, I apologise, it's a different document ID. It's DEF 1373 0002 0001. So I'll wait for that to be brought up. But perhaps you could speak to where and I might ask Ms Haynes to address this, where does the branch and where does your role sit within the broader defence organisation?
So the Brigadier Langford's branch reports to myself. I, as the First Assistant Secretary of People Services and Wellbeing, report to the Deputy Secretary, Justine Gregg, of Defence People Group.
And tell me, if I might ask you this, Ms Haynes, originally your role prior to, well, let me say this. Originally, in a previous organisational chart, you were the Director of, the First Assistant Secretary of People Services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you subsequently became the First Assistant Secretary of People Services and Wellbeing. In taking on that role, were there additional roles and responsibilities assigned to you with the wellbeing component? If so, what were they?
So the decision for the division's name to change from People Services to People Services and Wellbeing Division was a decision made. I think there's been evidence given by the Associate Secretary this morning around the work done to relook at the people system, and of course with the appointment of CPIRS, Natasha Fox, part of the decision in the renaming of People Services and Wellbeing, the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch was under People Services. Part of the decision to change the name of People Services and Wellbeing was to highlight and prioritise the wellbeing component within the division.
And has your remit changed in any way?
No.
And in order to highlight the focus on wellbeing and noting that you have an enlarged focus, a wellbeing focus, did you undertake any additional training or were you given any additional resourcing or information in connection with that?
Any additional training at that point? No.
Subsequently?
No, but can I add context
By all
to
means.
that? In relation to my background, the training and the skill set that I have for that position includes, as I talked about, the HR experience, but also trauma-informed practices. I've done a lot in the rehabilitation space, and I would say that on promotion into the position, my background is what made me competitive into that in terms of the training. In terms of, sorry, there was a second part to your question in relation to resources.
Yes.
Were we given any additional resources? The joint directive that was established for the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch clearly articulates the resourcing requirements for that branch, and there were additional resources allocated to the Mental Health and Wellbeing branch as part of that joint directive.
Thank you, and we'll come to that joint directive in due course in some detail. Prior to doing that, might we just very briefly, and particularly for Brigadier Langford, just recap on the establishment of the branch, because you'll recall, of course, some time ago in 27 June 2019, the Productivity Commission released a report in which they emphasised the need for Defence not just to have a reactive but instead a proactive response to mental health and wellbeing. And in particular, there was a focus on a whole-of-life concept. Now, I appreciate that neither Brigadier Langford, you weren't in the branch at that time, but as a consequence of that, in late 2019, key personnel within Defence began thinking about the need to shift to a proactive wellbeing focus. You're at least aware of that, even if you weren't part of those conversations?
Yes.
Thank you. And further, slightly a little prior to your being appointed to your role, there was in August 2021, there was a STAR planning meeting chaired by CDF, in which it was proposed that somebody be appointed to carry those functions. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Thank you. Consultations were undertaken. There was in 3 June 2022 a decision brief submitted. to create a one-star position, then the Director General Mental Health Awareness, Resilience and Suicide Prevention. Again, you weren't there, but you're aware of that?
Yes.
Thank you. And then thereafter, a recruiting process took place, and on the 21st of November 2022, you were appointed to the Director General position, is that right?
Through a selection process, yes.
Yeah, through a selection process, that's right. Thank you. Having said that, it was then your task, was it not, to establish, development and lead the implementation of the branch?
Yes.
And in your in your doing that, you prepared, did you not, a placemat document? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And that was prepared in or about February 2023.
Correct.
And was that developed by you?
Yes.
And might you describe to the Commissioners what that was?
So that was a means to pictorially describe my focus and lines of effort. And I guess it's a glide path to how I was going to realise a branch establishment initially and what some other key points of focus I could sort of drive some energy behind whilst also building the branch. It's planning.
And is it the case that that placemat set out certain timeframes within which
Yes, it did.
things will be undertaken? Thank you. And among them, I think it was April to May 2023, there will be a program for the planning and the establishment of the branch.
Yes.
And then from January, it was later to become February, but January 2025, it was proposed that the branch would be fully mature.
So correct. I think that's the term I may have used in my previous testimony as far as fully mature. I would just like to clarify that.
Yes, certainly.
Mature insofar as having the positions established and filled, as opposed to mature in functional development and output.
I understand that. And then you were to leave the role, as I understand it, in January 2025, having completed that program of work.
So at this point in time, my tenure is until the end of this year. That doesn't mean that will necessarily be the case. I am subject to the one-star planning considerations next month.
Certainly, thank you. Might I have the statement of Brigadier Langford shown? That is DEF.9999.0075.0001, and this is at 0010. May not be 0010, but certainly it's paragraphs 56 through 57 and 58 of that statement. And what we are taking you to, Brigadier Langford, are just the key statements that you have set out regarding the development of the branch and the timeframe surrounding that. Now, of course, Brigadier Langford, you have that before you, good.
Our screens aren't working and mine is flashing and it's very distracting.
Well, that's unfortunate. Thank you for telling me now. We might take a brief adjournment of 10 minutes or 5 minutes to attend to that.
All rise.
We'll just adjourn for 10 minutes then.
The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned till 1:50 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
We're back on the air.
We are. Thank you, Commissioners. And I might mention to the witnesses, if at any point you have any difficulties with the technology, just by all means let me know. Thank you. So, Brigadier Langford, I was with you and in particular your statement. And this is the statement that you prepared prior to your giving evidence on the last occasion. And you'll see there you talk about the branch, its roles, functions and responsibilities. And in particular, at 56, you emphasise, and I might read this out, that establishing the branch is a priority. But while acknowledging that, it is important that the branch development is subject to detailed consideration. Considerations include an awareness of the complexity associated with organisational change and the direct impact that this had on the existing workforce. And consistently with the evidence you've given, you anticipate the branch will be in a mature state from January 2025. And the maturity that you mentioned there is that which you've just identified, is it not?
Yes.
Thank you. Further down at paragraph 58, you mentioned there that, of course, it's a new branch and there's no template or direct example from which to benchmark organisational design. I consider it important that we carefully consider the branch's implementation and do not rush to solutions that deliver a suboptimal effect. It is critical we allow the time to develop the branch in a manner which supports the known key functions as a priority, and including governance functions that you mentioned there. So having said that, you then, as I understand it, you were involved, were you not, in the preparation of a joint directive?
Yes,
And that joint directive concerned the establishment of the new branch, is that right?
correct.
And if I might display that joint directive, DEF 1288.0001.0185. I think that's the relevant directive, but in any event, in that directive, what you had proposed, and was it? I should ask: was it just you at that time, or did you have a team working with you in the development of this?
I had a small number of staff at that time, probably 4 people.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, and so you, together with your team, were involved in the preparation of the joint directive. That's correct?
yes,
And consistently with the time frame you'd articulated earlier in the placemat, you were set out in that directive, I believe, were 4 phases, were they not?
correct.
And that was the preparation of the branch,
Yes,
the branch evolution, incremental transformation of branch capabilities, and then the maturity of the branch.
yes.
And just for understanding, when I say incremental transformation, and that is taken from the directive, what did you mean by that?
So I think that talked to, if I could bring it up again, that talk to some of those capabilities resident in Joint Health Command, which have been identified to be considered for transfer into the branch.
Thank you. And the approach in this joint directive reflected your considered approach that you set out in your statement as to how it might be set up.
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, you might then recall that on the 23rd and 24th of May 2023, there was examination before this Royal Commission of Brigadier Langford and also separately Ms Gregg and the Surgeon General. Thereafter, it's correct to say that, if I might put it this way, there was an impetus, a new urgency arose for the creation of the branch. Was that not the case?
That is my sense. Can I qualify?
Yes, certainly.
Comment as well. Preceding that hearing, we had drafted a joint directive already and had drafted a charter for my position with my small branch implementation team, and that was being considered within Joint Health Command at the time. So we had preempted this, but indeed my sense was, post-hearing, there was a keen focus on resourcing.
Yes, certainly. And the directive to which you refer is the one we were just discussing, was it not? Yes, thank you. So it's fair to say that the keen focus developed after the Royal Commission, and indeed, just by way of, to give some colour to that, might I ask for document DEF dot DEF.1300.0001.0037 to be shown at page 38. Thank you. Whilst this is being brought up, I'll just let you know what it is. It's an email within Defence from Major General Wade Stoddart, from whom we've heard previously, Commissioners, to members within the branch, to members within Defence, including Mr Love, and to whom the email was directed. And you will see there's a reference to the directive, and I think the directive there is the directive we were just discussing. And Major General Stoddart there writes, this is a very high priority for the group, namely the directive. DepSec DP needs to have this with CDF on Monday. It has been escalated in priority and timeline after the last RCHB, which I take as a hearing block where you and others gave evidence. And you were copied with that email, were you not?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, sent it subsequently, sorry, not in that particular email.
And in fact, there are a couple of other emails in relation to the new focus that was given to the branch. And in particular, might I refer to just two more of them. The first...
Object to that question. Questions of new focus, I think, is a term that has been introduced into this question that's not yet been commented on by the witness.
Are you, in effect, submitting that she hasn't agreed to characterising it that way?
As a new focus.
Do you want to clarify that, Ms Rubicotti?
Yes, certainly. We just discussed that a new urgency had been given to the work in establishing the branch. Is that right? Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to take you to two emails in that period. The first of those emails is from Ms Haynes to you, Brigadier Langford, and others. It is DEF dot, is this the line out? 13000001.0397. And whilst that is being brought up, the relevant part is at the bottom of the email under the word official. You'll see it's an email chain. Again, it's an email, though, Ms Haynes, from you.
Can I just clarify? That's not an email from myself. That's an email from Deputy Secretary Justine Gregg. my response to it
I
is
see.
that great. Thanks, Justine.
I see. Thank you. I'm grateful for that.
Thank you.
But no, yes, you're quite right. And in fact, Ms. Gregg is telling you and Brigadier Langford that she had a conversation with CDF after a roundtable. And what is said there is that the organisation is to be staffed by 31 July. Now, as to the organisation, is that a reference to the branch?
Yes.
Thank you. I discussed the approach of ensuring the functions and roles defined. He wants people in the organisation ASAP and build as we go. That's correct, isn't it? Now, might I ask you to explain what was, this to each of you, what was your understanding of build as we go? Ms. Haynes, might I start with you?
Go first. I interpreted CDF's directive at that point, particularly the organisation to be staffed by 31 July, particularly around the transfer of functions and resources from Joint Health Command. And then the build as we go component, you outlined 4 phases. That build as we go, I understood that to be as we build against those 4 phases. So transfer the functions that we know are transferring, get the people across to Brigadier Langford by the 31st of July. The joint directive outlines the increase in staffing to be allocated to the mental health and wellbeing branch, and that build as we go would be to increase the staffing components there. The joint directive also outlines the structure of the branch, so in particular against those focus areas.
Thank you. Brigadier Langford, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Thank you. So it's fair to say, is it not, that the new urgency came by reason of a direction of CDF
Yes.
in focusing on the activities of the branch? And might I suggest the following to you, and as this, that Defence efforts to focus on mental health and wellbeing and suicide have very much been reactive to these pressures. So I'll pause there and say first to the Productivity Commission, and then second to the Royal Commission through a directive of CDF. What do you say to that? Do you have a response?
I object to that. I'm not sure either of these two witnesses can answer that question for and behalf of the entirety of Defence.
It's probably a fair point, isn't it, Ms. Rubigotti?
Let me put it another way. Do you have a sense, or do you personally believe that the efforts in establishing the branch and establishing the branch so quickly were driven by the fact of this Royal Commission and the work of this Royal Commission?
It's the same objection. These witnesses can be asked what they have done in response to particular directives and the like, but not what is driving others.
Well, she's been asked now for her personal belief, but I'm not sure how far that advances the case anyway. Isn't the evidence in the sequence of events we've already had described to us?
Yes, I'm content with that. Might I put another question then? You had concerns about the branch being developed slowly. Where does this leave your concerns, the new urgency and the new movement that was applied to the branch?
So just to be clear, I would love everything to be perfect right now. However, as you noted in my previous statement, we had to be very deliberate in understanding how this new branch would realise an enterprise effect which had not been positioned previously. Again, acknowledging the context in which we were operating, there are a number of insights and recommendations from a number of previous strategic level reports which highlighted the needs to focus on. but we needed to consider how that would translate in actual workforce.
Yes. And in that connection, might I ask for DEF.130000000362 to be shown? This is an email. It will be redacted, I imagine, in part. This is an email sent to you, Brigadier Langford. I'll give you a moment to familiarise yourself with it. And in particular, might I take you to the material just under the line that cuts across the middle of the email? You'll see that there's a reference to fundamental risks. Thank you. So you'll see there's a reference there being a fundamental risk, and in particular the mental health and wellbeing in defence. It's a high profile sensitive matter for the government, the Royal Commission and the Australian community, particularly in relation to suicide, and that related to that there's a reputational risk if things do not, in relation to the nature of the branch and its work and its resource prioritisation. Given that these issues have been raised, and in particular the fact that, well, let me put it this way, given the speed with which the branch was stood up, to use the words of CDF, in response to the work of the Royal Commission, how has the branch and how have you sought to address the fundamental risks that are identified there?
So I object to that because there's an assumption in the question that the only reason that the branch was stood up was in reaction to the Royal Commission. And previous questioning suggested that the examiner was saying that it was in response to a number of things, including the Productivity Commission report.
Let me put it this way. Given the speed with which the branch was stood up and the acceleration of the branches being stood up, how did you seek to address the fundamental risks that are outlined there?
So if I come back to my frame of reference with regards to my mandate, which was establishing a branch, focusing on a strategy and understanding what assurance might look like across the organisation, I knew that it was supported by the emphasis from the Royal Commission. There is no question we have a problem and we need to get at this quickly. But it's how we corral the expertise, how we, once you've got the people, then you can start to understand how it functions and then what it might deliver for the enterprise. And that is going to take the time. So I understood that there was a time in consideration, that this was a matter we needed to get at quickly, but also that we had to do it deliberately with the expertise at the right level, depth in capacity, and the right capabilities being reflected in the mental health and wellbeing branch, which was different to how we had considered mental health and wellbeing previously.
Thank you. And tell me, apart from the establishment of the branch, the standing up of the branch in July 2023, what activities that the subject of the branch were accelerated or brought forward as part of this establishment?
Sorry, can I just clarify that question?
Yes.
So based against the branch implementation plan?
Let me assist you. The establishment of the branch was brought forward. That happened more quickly. Did any other things in that branch implementation plan or otherwise occur more quickly by reason of the branches having been established earlier?
I think in answer to your question, I would say that I had a core of people to start active recruitment and understanding how we could either cross at level across a public service and put expressions of interest and recruitment activities outside of the department to bring in new ideas. So by having more people to support that, human resource function, that was fundamental.
I see. So human resourcing, that happened more quickly, and that allowed you to undertake further work.
Yes.
Right. Now, it's the case you don't consider that the branch is now fully mature, to use your words, or you do?
It's in a much healthier state. At this point in time, I'd have over 42 staff and a number of 11 recruitment activities underway at this point in time. Again, just reinforcing, whilst you've got some business management functions supporting the life of the branch, you can start to develop some capacity. So as far as maturity of functions, no.
And we might come to some of those functions in more detail later, but perhaps at a high level, can you indicate the particular functions that need still to be advanced?
Monitoring and analysis. That has only been filled with people at the start of this year. So that is a new directorate, and obviously this is a very key area for the department in understanding its data and how we can use data, how we can inform data and research with data. So that is a new capability from this year.
And just before you move on, monitoring and analysis of what?
Well, data.
Data, but data in relation to?
Risk factors, understanding, so the Defence Suicide Database, suicide behaviours moving forward, anything that starts to give us any insights and feedback into the culture and the well-being of the organisation. There will be a plethora of data sources we would draw upon. I don't need to own it. It's having that data governance framework for me to access where required.
Yeah. And just, you mentioned the database, the Defence Suicide Database. The branch will in fact be the custodian of that data. Will that not be the case? Thank you. Is it now?
Yes.
Thank you. And as to data analysis as well, do you have in mind too that it will be analysis in relation to the performance of the frameworks and the policies that are established and promulgated by the branch?
Yes, amongst other data sources, but that's correct.
And what else? So that was data was issue number one. You had some more, I think you were going to say, that need to be advanced.
There was a concept which I think has evolved since I was here previously with regards to, I guess, a centre of excellence. My team have heard me use a number of ways to describe it, but at this point in time is a strategic advisory group. That I see will comprise and reflect a focus on social determinants so that we can have expertise and capabilities to inform our policies and our program development, provide insights with regards to our findings from research. In fact, my research capability will be resident in the Strategic Advisory Group. That has yet to be established. So, for example, if you'd like me to explain some of the capabilities further.
Yes.
We've got spiritual health and wellbeing. That was one of the key directorates transferred from Joint Health Command. That is now resident in the Strategic Advisory Group. I'm developing a capability centred on human factors. I have a military warrant officer class 1 physical training advisor. I'll have a physiotherapist. And more to look at human factors, the environment in which we operate and how that impacts on wellbeing. There will be a research function, as I've indicated. I have a suicidologist resident in the Strategic Advisory Group and my workforce psychologist. Now, I'm not suggesting that that is complete, and so there is some work there to understand what more needs to be held within the Strategic Advisory Group from a branch perspective.
And tell me, do you think before I come to that question, have you addressed each of the main functions or factors that are still to be developed?
No, the actual branch itself at this point in time is subject to an organisational design review, which was built into my joint directive as a process to provide me assurance that the detailed planning that had gone into the design of the functions and identification of the opportunities and priorities is fit for purpose at this point in time. So that activity is underway and that will be complete by the end of this financial year. And it may inform a different array of the capabilities that are now resident in the branch or will be resident in the branch. And I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable that the capabilities are what the organisation needs, and this is based on the Productivity Commission recommendations, based on the University of Canberra recommendations for the Continuous Improvement Framework, based on the National Mental Health recommendations from 2017. It contributes to where we are now, whether it's perfectly arrayed as described today, there may be some opportunity to evolve.
Yes. And tell me, that review, who's undertaking that review? Is it internal or
It
external?
is internal.
Yes. And is it being undertaken by you and other members of the branch or others?
No, org design expertise
Thank
in
you.
defence.
And when did that commence?
So it's commenced its scoping now. Yes.
And when do you expect the scoping to be complete?
I couldn't tell you the scoping, but it should be completed by the end of this financial year.
I see. And your involvement in that review process is, might you describe that?
I have been focused on being here today. When I go back, that will be one of my key engagements with the staff undertaking that activity. And that's just to, again, provide them insight on early thinking concepts with, and I guess, my vision for the branch, and then they will provide some rigour behind how that might look from a functional and dynamic perspective.
Thank you. And do you know who decided to implement that review, to call for that review?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And to make sure that we've covered off in this, we were discussing staffing a moment ago, and you've indicated a number of positions that have been filled. Let me just confirm this. I think at the time of your giving evidence on the last occasion, was it the case that there were 7 positions?
That might be correct.
Yes. And then that developed to 15 by about 1 July. Does that seem about right? I don't expect you to know precisely.
Thank you. That sounds about right. Yeah.
And then, but I understand, and tell me if I'm correct, that there is an official allocation set from 1 July 2023 at 68.
That's correct.
And 50 of those are APS positions.
Correct.
And 18 are ADF positions.
That's correct. Yes.
That's correct. Thank you. And as of today, how many of those positions have been filled?
42 was as of January. We are literally in the midst of recruitment, so I may have already onboarded another couple of other members.
Thank you. And of those 42, how are they divided between APS and ADF staff?
It is an APS heavy focus. I'd say 1/3, 2/3, based on my quick maths.
And can you tell me the rationale behind the APS heavy focus?
There was initial consideration with regards to ADF capabilities and how we develop capabilities to the strategic level. So I understood, for example, workforce psychology was an opportunity to develop and grow our psychology capability into the positive psychology space. And then providing a balance with those functions that our APS provides some, I guess, level of, what's the word? Consistency. So my branch management office, for example, is led by an EL2 HR specialist.
Thank you. Do you think that the branch would benefit from having a larger focus, or a larger contribution, I should say, by ADF members?
I'm not sure about your question.
Do you think that the branch would benefit by having more ADF roles?
I think that's an interesting question, is how I'd answer initially. It's more about the effect and the output delivered. We're an integrated workforce. So providing a balance, I don't think it's pro rata is what I'm getting at. It's about having the right person fulfilling the role, and whether that comes from someone wearing a uniform, moreover someone wearing civilian attire, or being a contractor, I think it's a case-by-case basis. I did consider balance insofar as ensuring there's a glide path and opportunity to develop ADF members that had from a strategic HR perspective or from a psychology perspective.
And the outcome of those considerations, will they be ADF members or no?
Yes.
And you have mentioned a number of different roles earlier, one of which was a warrant officer position. What will that role be?
So at this point in time, that's the Human Factors WO1 PT Advisor. So that's a senior role for our physical training instructor trade.
And what role will they have within the branch, and what influence will they have within the broader ADF community, if I can put it like that?
So this is when the strategic advisory group is mature, it is going to be seen as an exemplar and a point of reference for policy, for program development. So I'll have expertise to consider new policy, new programs and innovation. So with that particular position, I would see that nesting with a director and other aspects, for example, people with an understanding on human factors. So at this point in time, that would be my physiotherapist.
And when you say human factors, what do you mean?
Human factors is the science of the environment in which we work and live, and it's those aspects of occupational health and design that impact on our well-being.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier too that the strategic advisory group will be looking at social determinants. Is that correct?
It will reflect that.
Reflect social determinants. And which determinants are they?
So I've also got a transition focus. I've got one of my new members who's undertaking her PhD, and she is focused on transition wellbeing. So if we consider again that a Productivity Commission has reinforced the need to focus on lifespan and whole of life and whole of person. So that's what we're trying to achieve within the branch and the capabilities and functions represented therein. So by having a temporal perspective of this through my transitions person, by having a human factors frame in which we look at physical resilience, cognitive resilience, I've got my workforce psychologist looking at, positive psychology and again, resilience. So these are, yes, it's considering the lifespan.
And remind me, there's the strategic advisory group that has been established in Hull?
So I have positions,
Yes.
and I've talked about some people that are in it,
Yes.
but it's not mature.
And
I think that's it. I find this quite an exciting space. I think it presents opportunities, and I'm not suggesting I had the answer perfectly set. So I'm looking forward to what more it may become.
And what more do you need, and when will it reach a state of maturity, and what will it look like once it reaches that state?
So just to be clear, you're talking about the branch in general?
No, I'm talking about the advisory group.
So again, I don't have the end state in mind, and I think it's something that I have termed it, and people have heard me say this, it's organic. I see that it can expand with expertise at a given point in time, and they may be reservists or contractors. But as far as a nucleus of capabilities, research, that is something that I definitely want to get at, and look at sponsoring research from the branch.
Is there a timeline or a document that sets out a timeline in respect to the establishment of the advisory committee?
Well, it's aligned to the whole branch glide path.
Yes.
So I have the resources. I would suggest that I will likely need to reconfigure some resources and realign, and that will be subject to the organisational design process. That may inform some of that. But again, it's realising that I think we're talking about full-time positions ostensibly in this discussion, but there are opportunities that with the design of a strategic advisory group that we can reach across and matrix outside of the department for expertise when we need it, if that makes sense, to inform some of our policy and program design.
Yes, thank you. And just in that connection, might I ask you to, Operator, I'll ask you to look at the joint directive where it talks about a strategy group, and we just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. What you're discussing now is reflected in this joint directive. It may not be, but I want to understand. So if we'll go to DEF.1288.0001.0180, and then in that document, 0183, so DEF.1288.001.0180, and then page 0183. So just pause there for a moment just to assist Brigadier Langford to familiarise us with the document. That's Joint Directive 15/2023. And if we go to the relevant page, 0183, you'll see there that's under branch structure point 18, there's a reference to strategy and policy and the strategy team. Is that the same group or is that a different group?
That's a different group.
Okay. Could you distinguish the two for me?
Yes, and so things have evolved since this directive was put in place, but ostensibly that is the directorate, which is keenly focused on the development of the joint strategy with Defence and DVA moving forward, and then by virtue of that, the policy that will underpin that in time when we get more staff. But the focus for that directorate is on the strategy itself for mental health and wellbeing, not to be confused with the strategic advisory group.
I see, thank you. Tell me, Brigadier Langford, how do you balance the need to have urgency in action on mental health and well-being with the, it would seem, processes, quite involved processes required to set up and mature the branch that is responsible for it?
I think the lessons are clear. We can't go on a journey of realising something different without clear strategy. So focusing on the development of this strategy is fundamental moving forward. Another key lesson the department is aware of is planning for implementation of the strategy, and that talks to the action plans which will be developed in time. So it's how we operationalise the strategy. And then importantly, we understand that we need to be able to evaluate the action plans which support the objectives contained in our Defence DVA strategy. So we can't rush ahead of that curve, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you. On the question of the strategy team, to which we just took you in at 18, what is happening with that strategy team? When you say it's evolved, is it still in place or has it been subsumed by something else?
Oh no, they are not subsumed anywhere else but in strategy development with DVA. At this point in time, they are actively consulting in roadshows, face-to-face, across the country, engaging with our people, the beneficiaries of the strategy, understanding what it is that they need to maintain and support their health and well-being into the future.
Right, so to clarify then, the reference to the strategy team is a team devoted to the development of the mental health and wellbeing strategy
correct.
24 to 29, is that
Correct.
right? Thank you. We'll come to that in due course, but if we might first just address some of the tasks that have been assigned to the branch, and I'd be grateful if you would inform the Commissioners to what the branch has achieved and what it is still to achieve in respect of those tasks. So, and to assist you, if I could take you please to, in the joint directive, DEF.1288.0001.0180 at 0181 to 2. This is the joint directive to establish the branch that was signed on the 17th of July 2023. Do you want to see the front page of that to assist you, Brigadier Langford? No, you're fine, thank you. So you'll see there under point 8, various tasks identified. They sit broadly under the branch role, objectives and tasks. You'll see the role, you'll see the objectives, and here are the tasks. And set out A through to H are various tasks. You've just discussed the strategy, and that, I take it, is that which is identified in point A, and we'll go to that in more detail, but perhaps if you could speak to each of these, one after the other, and indicate to the commissioners the position that the branch has reached in relation to them.
Sure. So moving to Bravo, as I've mentioned, the Monitoring and Analysis Directorate has been established with people in it this year in January. So as far as forging the monitoring, analysis and data collection, that's not in a mature state. We are working through a monitoring and analysis framework with our Defence Data Division. As far as translation of FUSE data, that can be referred to the ADF Suicide Review pilot underway. That's an example of progressing our understanding of information and insights. And I can talk to that more if you would like.
The pilot, we'll come to the pilot a little later.
So providing evidence-based advice to DPC. I'm a regular feature at the Defence People Committee and provide update on not just the strategy development, but our suicide prevention program initiatives. So as far as evidence-based advice, we are rolling out the Safe Side project, the first piece of which has been the annual training on suicide prevention, which was released in January this year. That's based on evidence, and that's an example, a tangible example of Charlie. Again, Delta, establishing, maintaining an assurance and continuous improvement framework. I can talk to assurance, continuous improvement framework. We have been working alongside Joint Health Command's continuous improvement framework and with the University of Canberra, drawing on insights and lessons learned. And that's contributing to our development of a continuous improvement approach for the strategy, and then any other program and initiative that the branch is directly involved with developing and implementing, or other activities or policy across the organisation that is deemed high level, which we will then also monitor and evaluate the implementation of that policy or program. So supporting technical authorities and other stakeholders. So technical authority in this instance would refer to the technical authority that the Surgeon General has on the delivery of mental health services to the ADF. So that's, again, that's a matrix, a reflection of a matrix system where there may be expertise in the branch, and then advice will be called upon from the Surgeon General in response to that. We work hand in glove when it comes to the presentation of suicide data, as well as the delivery of clinical mental health effects and health effects to the ADF members, which is what she is mandated to deliver. So that's working alongside in that regard. Aligning to best practice by monitoring, responding to key mental health and suicide prevention sector developments. we are doing that. There is more work ahead for the enterprise with regards to how we monitor suicidal behaviours, how we respond to suspected or confirmed suicides.
Just on that, when you say you're doing it, but there's more work to be done, what have you identified as the additional work that needs to be done, and how does it differ from what you're presently doing?
There is work underway that has come across now to the branch, the Defence Suicide Data Working Group. When it comes to a non-fatal suicidal behaviour, there's a dashboard that's in development. We don't have a developed dashboard yet. And this is shared insights from Joint Health Command, because of course what we're talking about is, at this point in time, information that's gathered from our Defence e-health system. So that's a result of a member receiving on-base intervention and care for suicidal or non-fatal behaviour. That's a work in progress.
Tell me, and where does that work in progress lie within the enterprise? Who's responsible for it?
So I have equities, but given we're talking about the provision of on-base care, at the moment is a Joint Health Command lead responsibility, for want of a better term. But that's, I mean, this is just again reinforcing those relationships.
And conformably with those equities, what have you done through the branch to monitor and to engage in the development of that program?
So we form part of the Defence Suicide Database Working Group. So that's something that has come across to my branch, but the members on that working group includes Joint Health Command membership.
And what do you know?
Services.
Sorry, you're right. Tell me, is there a time frame associated with the completion of that work? Are you able to speak to that?
So if there was, I don't recall. I know that each month they are revisiting the database and any evolution and improvement to it. Again, because the data is informed by questions and interactions with health professionals on the ground. So asking the right questions helps inform the depth and quality of data within the database.
And tell me, was that is that data, and that working group, is that connected with the DSAS in any way?
No, I don't believe so. Cassie, it's not related to that.
No, separate.
They're separate. Yes, now, Brigadier Langford, I interrupted you to ask some questions when we're up to, I believe, aligning to best practice by monitoring. Is there anything else that you wanted to say in respect of that paragraph?
Yes, and I think there are a number of frameworks in development across the enterprise, and one is the data governance framework. So that will be a pivotal framework to align our data management and data needs across the enterprise. And again, that has not been finalised.
Do you have any idea as to when that might be finalised?
No.
And then...
That doesn't mean that there isn't a date. So
No.
I just can't recall it.
I understand. And then continuing on F, was there anything else you wish to identify there?
I don't think so at this point.
Moving then to G, identifying resources and tools required in Defence to uplift its enterprise management of workforce, MH and W. Might you say what that means and what is being done in relation to it?
I'll give a very easy example here. We've designed a portal on our intranet that's, it is our wellbeing portal. it is a work in progress. It provides a central and initial point of entry for anyone that has an interest in a resource to do with wellbeing. If there is new policy, it will be sort of housed or linked within that portal. It is framed around the 9 wellbeing factors so that you can drill into each of the factors, and then it will take you either to the Work Health Safety website or the Joint Health Command website. So that's lifting and providing an enterprise perspective on resources. It also has housed much of the good work already established with commanders' guides to managing critical incidents, managing wellbeing. It's Are You OK Day resources, and how a commander might then sort of work through Are You OK and with their command teams and members. So it's a work in progress. It'll also be reflected in the internet so that we can reach to families. So that's an example.
And tell me, that work in progress, that resource, is that something that's under the remit of the branch?
Yes.
Are you able to indicate then when you expect that it will be complete?
So we have the portal now. It's going to continue to improve.
I see. So it's up and running and accessible by members?
On the intranet.
On the intranet. When do you propose to make it available on the internet?
So the concept was by the middle of this year, but I'd have to revisit my staff who are currently the strategy staff on the roadshow. I'd have to re-engage with them and confirm where that's at. But yeah, it'll get there.
It does seem that there are a number of items, some within your remit and some outside your remit, that are very much, they're on their way. As you say, they're a work in process. They're being developed. There will be a feeling that why isn't it there yet? What are the key challenges that, I'll speak to you and your challenges at the branch, that you have encountered in being able to get things done and moving in a timely fashion?
Well, time, understanding that we have a problem, we need to address it, we don't have the luxury of time, but also understanding that the branch needs to deliver and it can't afford to fail and do more harm. So then it's balancing time with time pressure, the impetus and the inertia is how I describe it. Resources, ensuring that we've got the resources to set the conditions for success. I haven't probably talked yet about the Program Management Office, and that's a key directorate which will be, is established, will have more positions filled. It's got a while to go, but it's got efforts across the branch and enterprise will filter through this Program Management Office. And if we think about research findings in the future, Royal Commission recommendations, it will be fed into the PMO, the Program Management Office. It will then go through an implementation planning timeline, co-design as required for whatever that recommendation will look like once implemented, an evaluation framework aligned to it with a program logic, and then it'll be monitored once it is implemented, and there's a business cycle, a system to review. So having that established as a priority before the middle of this year is key, and it will be. Now I've lost my train of thought.
Can I just add to Brigadier Langford's statement there? The challenge of why isn't it all in place now? I reflect on that, and I really want to emphasise that we are listening and we are learning and we want to get this right. And Brigadier Langford's approach in making sure we have the right capability, the right people to deliver on what we need to do is really, really important. And we take that really, really seriously. So making sure that we've got the foundations correct and we're building on it is fundamental. And that's what Brigadier Langford's outlined, a number of successes and she'll talk to that further on what the branch has achieved, but it's making sure we get those foundations correct to start with.
Do you think that you have enough resources in order to do that, or in an ideal world you would have more?
My instincts tell me that is the data and the monitoring capabilities. I don't suggest I have the solution, but I know it needs to be robust. We need to have not just people, we need to have the systems to support it. And again, processes and means to collaborate and share, and that's not just across the 19 groups and services. That's, you know, with DVA, and that's with our other Comcare, with the National Mental Health Commission. So I instinctively sense that is something I need to focus on. So I look forward to maturing that.
That is a challenge that faces the branch, but it's a broader enterprise issue, is it not?
I'd suggest that data analysts are well sought after across the globe. So we're competing for a resource as well.
So the availability of data analysts, and also does an issue arise too in the way the data is held and the extent to which data can be linked up and then analysed. So
Correct.
an a priori issue.
No, you're correct. It's a matter of the synchronisation and the coordination of data, and then the translation and insights that brings us.
And Tommy, do you have a concern that with those challenges that attend the data, so it's collection and then it's analysis, that you won't be getting the right or a complete picture of the information in order to inform your programs and policies?
So I think there is a risk of that, and I think this speaks to the importance of having a program logic and an understanding on what the data is that will support delivery of the outcomes. So what is it we're asking at the start of a program or policy being implemented, understanding what the objectives are and putting the data matrix to support that. I think that this is going to evolve in time. We will have data that's, again, it's codified. Data literacy across the enterprise needs to be lifted, or not lifted, increased, so that people are asking the right questions or thinking more broadly about well-being at the forefront of decision making, and that information is held somewhere, and then that's available. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, have we covered then G, I believe, so the resources and tool required to uplift the enterprise management? Anything else to say in respect of that?
No.
No. And then the final one, maintaining focus on all workforce MNHW factors, including but not limited to suicide prevention and post-vention initiatives. Can you speak to that, please?
So suicide prevention remains a focus for the branch. Post-vention initiatives is something I sense that there is an opportunity to be more curious about. Understanding that post-vention is not necessarily, there is a critical incident response, but indeed recovery from tragedy does not necessarily just warrant a clinical response. So it's understanding what are some of the other resources and processes and policy to support recovery of people after an incident. I would like to look into that further, but at the moment we're driving to that. That's a goal.
And tell me, how are you driving to that? In what particular ways within the branch?
So once I get my resource capability established, I would like to look at post-vention, and another aspect is the other end of the spectrum. If we know at this point in time, we have evidence that tells us that this is right, this is looking positive, how did we get that high-functioning team to do what it did? I would like to understand that more. Now, that may be through dedicated research, or it might be through evaluation, it might be through qualitative, quantitative questionnaire. I think understanding either end of the spectrum provides a systems view for our organisation on mental health and wellbeing.
Can I just add to Brigadier Langford's approach there? Something her and I have been discussing a lot is how do we look at those high-performing teams? What are the factors that go into a high-performing team where wellbeing is central, and what can we learn from that, as well as learning from the areas where it's not, but where can we learn from where it is really significantly high?
Brigadier Langford?
So if we just consider we're aware of those that are at risk when it comes to medical and involuntary separations. So if we consider the figure is around 30% of those that transition annually will be ostensibly in that bracket of involuntary or medical separation. And we can put measures in place as an organisation, and we will, to support that. But what are we doing with the 70% who are well? Those that are maybe struggling, but we wouldn't be aware of that, or are well and don't realise that in 2 years' time, maybe they won't be well. What is it that we need to do to assist people with the skills and knowledge and the confidence to self-manage, or if they need support, where to go to get support? So I think it's understanding how we keep healthy people healthy.
And again, is this something that is going to be the subject of further analysis and consideration once the branch is more fully mature?
Yes, and Joint Health Command's focus with the Life Course study, we are engaged with and will inform and shape the scope of that work moving forward. So, yeah, it's...
And as to that Life Course study, in what way you engage with it, and how are you going to inform its scope and its shape?
So there may be questions and information that we seek. So that'll form part of the scoping, and then will form part of the research agenda and planning. Because this is going to evolve over time. This is only going to provide a greater depth of richness of information moving forward.
Thank you. And as to the Life Course study, to assist the commissioners and the public, could you describe it, please? What is that study?
So if you want to have more technical research understanding, I would defer to the Surgeon General, who can talk to that. But it's looking at literally from recruitment and any pre-recruitment information that we may have on our ADF members, and then a temporal view of their life and post-transition to civilian life and ageing. So it is as it is stated, a Life Course study. I will have to defer to maybe Professor Wild.
To whom, sorry, Professor?
Professor Jennifer Wild.
Wild.
If you want to have some more detail with that. It's in the scoping phase and we are engaged.
Yes, and is it proposed that as that, do you know when that study will be complete, or you don't know the answers to that? You may not.
So I know that the scoping phase is due to be completed. My understanding, it was a number of years, but I don't think that this is going to necessarily end. I think this is the way of the future in how we track and map life and things that happen to people throughout, not just their military career, before and after their military career.
Thank you. Now, in terms of addressing some of these tasks that we see here and the work of the branch and your work as Director General, and we looked earlier at the organisational chart, quite a complex document, and you sit at a particular level within that chart, the branch, and you too, Ms. Haynes. How do you have effect across the organisation, having regard to that organisational chart? Do you feel that you are structurally inhibited by reason of the levels down in the organisation, or no?
No, I don't, would be my answer. Would you like me to?
And why not?
Yep. So I actually consider There are many ways that the branch can influence. There are governance functions that give it levity, as well as, I guess, reinforcing it is a convening power by very nature. So by establishing the branch, it is identifying that we can have a mental health and wellbeing focus across the groups and services, the 19 groups and services. So that is the mandate of the branch. It's how we get to that. There's not one way we penetrate the organisation and reinforce a changing culture to mental health and wellbeing. There'll be a number of ways. There's the committee process, as we understand, getting leadership commitment and changing of behaviours across the organisation demonstrated by leadership. It's informing and shaping our leadership training, and we are doing that already. It's even engaged, and so I've been curious with regards to our recruitment, and again, my transitions member is looking at this, how we engaged our candidates, so they're not even recruits yet. How do we communicate with them that wellbeing is important? And then for those members who, or again, those candidates who might be considered need a bit of something extra physically or resilience or some military know-how, how can we contribute to that before they get to recruit training school so that they have more of a chance to succeed at the beginning of their career and giving them some life skills, albeit in a short amount of time, but that might make a soft landing. And if we can get more people that are prepared for the service that they're going to undertake, they're more than likely going to retain for longer, and they'll start to build some capacity.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that in terms of your question around do we think it's a challenge to penetrate the levels of decision making within the organisation? I just want to highlight that my role is to support Brigadier Langford in doing that. So I sit on a number of committees across the organisation. I would describe the role that I play in being on those committees is a connector role. It would not be uncommon for me to call Brigadier Langford and say, I've just been to this committee, we're discussing this piece of work. I'd really like you to connect him with this person to talk about what assistance we can offer on mental health and wellbeing. I will raise issues that Brigadier Langford brings to me. So I obviously report directly to Deputy Secretary Defence People Group. If there are things that come to my attention, I would escalate that to DepSec, DPG.
Thank you. And of course, Ms Haynes, as First Assistant Secretary, you're responsible for the oversight of the branch. That's right. But of course, you're also responsible for the other activities that you've identified, namely people system, payroll services, human resource services, HR transformation, and the like.
Correct.
Do you think there are challenges to your ability to champion suicide prevention as one of Defence's highest priorities, given that you have these other roles and obligations as well?
Do I think there are challenges?
Do you have enough time to attend to this task and to the branch when your time is split across a variety of different activities, including HR systems, for example?
So my answer to that question is yes. Do I have enough time? Yes. The reason I would say that is because I would utilise my time in different ways on different priorities. And at the moment, this branch is a significant priority for me and my role. And so the dedication that I give it would be higher than other areas, for example.
Can I turn now to the transfer of functions, the functions that have been transferred to the branch? Brigadier Langford, when you were here on the last occasion, that was on the 24th of May 2023, by way of reminder. At that stage, some functions had been transferred across to the branch from various other areas of the enterprise. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct.
Oh no, I withdraw that because at that stage the branch had not been established. The transfer was under contemplation.
Yes.
Subsequent to your appearance, what was transferred and what has been transferred to date?
Okay. So, with effect, the joint directive being implemented, we had the transfer of the Director of Spiritual Health and Wellbeing. So some core components from the ADF Centre for Mental Health, they would refer to that as the hub. The continuous improvement framework by virtue of function, that was affected by mid last year. Transfer of a resource also occurred. That was a position that we recruited to. And then by January this year, the second resource and person was transferred across from the continuous improvement framework. And then we had the strategy and the strategy lead, which clearly, as you've seen, I took that on very early. But the lead role for the development of the new strategy was made official.
And when you say the strategy, it's the mental health and wellbeing strategy, Defence and Veteran mental health and wellbeing strategy, and that was transferred across from where was that transferred?
So the decision was made that I would lead in May, but the directive talks to that being transferred officially in July.
And the transfer occurred from, was it JHC that had the original carriage of that strategy? Yes. And tell me, have all the relevant functions that the branch would have they now been transferred? And are there any additional functions or things that are contemplated even in some nascent way to be transferred? There's nothing else. Okay. And what was the criteria that underpinned the choice of transfer of different functions? Why have those particular functions been brought together in this branch?
I think the understanding that mental health and wellbeing is not a health matter alone, is understanding that we needed a biopsychosocial spiritual lens in which to pursue mental health and wellbeing for the enterprise. So by lifting those programs, those expertise, the lead for the strategy development into the branch, that just provided that perspective for the defence employees that includes APS, ADF and contractors.
Thank you. And you've mentioned their transfer from different aspects of the enterprise. So we might, if I may, ask you to address the relationships between the branch and other elements within the enterprise. So JHC in the first instance. How does the branch align with and communicate with JHC regarding mental health and wellbeing strategy and activities?
I would call it an habitual relationship. So particularly and I do refer to them as my brother branches, so health protection and policy, working alongside the AS. There is membership, Joint Health Command, has membership on the working and steering groups for the strategy. I have membership on the Defence Health Research Working Group. So I think it's an habitual relationship.
But by which you mean?
We're evolving how it works from a governance perspective and process, but we're working together to ensure that the equities of both branches are covered. Remembering, of course, the focus for Joint Health Command is on the health of the ADF workforce.
Yes.
That's that.
Now, in her statement, and you may not be familiar with this, so I'll just mention it to you and just assume that it's correct, that Rear Admiral Sharkey noted that JHC is not in a position to influence factors of wellbeing beyond health. And just by reference, that is at paragraphs 52 and 91 of the statement. Might the same be said of the mental health and wellbeing branch? That is to say, do you have limited, or do you feel you have limited influence over health services that are led by the Surgeon General?
There's no question about her role and remit. So Rear Admiral Bennett, what she does to deliver the Defence Health System and provide technical authority remains unchanged. We are not replicating the Defence Health System. We're not. It is different. I guess it's a point of difference. And again, it's a point of difference not to say that it is not fit for purpose. It's just to enhance and look forward of clinical intervention and treatment.
Yeah. So, and of course, you accept that mental health is a continuum.
Yes.
And you accept too that on that continuum you have healthy, preclinical and clinical. How does the branch and JHC interface in order to ensure that the approach in respect of healthy informs the approach of JHC and the preclinical and clinical, and vice versa?
So that's just collaboration, and that will be insights from respective research moving forward. So I don't see that there is a challenge with this. I think that things will become normalised and we'll have very clear governance mechanisms to cross-pollinate insights. Matrixed organisations are where we're at. This is the way of well, it's not the way of the future, it's where we're at right now. And yeah, so
And are those governance processes and systems, are they in place or are they being developed?
So they're being developed, acknowledging that the organisation has just undergone a significant change process. I think we're all trying to confirm, where, I won't say boundaries, but where the nexus lies. The nexus, again, is not just peculiar to Joint Health Command. There's a nexus with work health safety as well. But then there's also within the command system, there is a nexus with leadership training. And so...
Thank you. And tell me, is it within your knowledge as to when those governance processes might be put in place or no?
So they're not, we don't have a timeline that it is like completed. I think it's going to evolve over the course of this year. There's open channels of communication. That's why I talk about that relationship just being normalised. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, just to assist us to understand how it works in practice, particularly though for those who are not within Defence and large aspects of an enterprise, can you give some specific examples of how the branch and JHC are working together on mental health and wellbeing activities, if I can use that term broadly, and you can perhaps fill that in with an example?
I'll use the example with the new Safe Side approach to suicide prevention that is underway. At the moment, we're looking at the universal awareness training, which has been rolled out, and that's for ostensibly it's mandatory for ADF. However, it's accessible and encouraged for our APS and contractors, and have had a number of people undertake that. But when it comes to upskilling of our mental health professionals and welfare and commanders, that there is a role and I guess a co-design with Joint Health Command with how that is implemented within Joint Health Command and within the service health systems to ensure that the gatekeepers, for want of a better term, the gatekeepers who then provide that intervention, that clinical focused intervention, have the skills to deal with the new approach to suicide prevention and safety planning for our people. So we're working with them.
Can I just add, from a governance, I think part of the question is around governance and how we're ensuring that they're working together. Of course, we've got our Defence People Committee, which has membership from both Joint Health Command. It's overseen by CPERS and Justine Gregg. So a lot of, Caitlin mentioned before, she attends DPC quite regularly. I think we're doing monthly updates to DPC at the moment. That governance board would look at some of that that joined up approach and the connections, or discuss particular issues relevant to both.
That's it, thank you. And tell me, what you've just been discussing now in relation to JHC and the nature of the communication and alignments, does that apply equally to WHS? Thank you. And tell me, could you indicate to the Commission that the nature of your branches influence over the activities of WHS activities?
So with regards to, we'll start with governance from the start, the Work Health Safety Board, I am a member. The terms of reference is being updated to reflect that. Again, psychosocial hazards would become apparent through reporting into the work health safety system. We would be interested in any of the emerging trends and data that informs, that provides us insights. The role of the branch is then to shape programs and policies to prevent psychosocial risks, and the Work Health Safety branch identifies those risks and also contributes to how we can prevent and mitigate psychosocial risks.
Thank you. And just in your position on the Work Health and Safety Board, do you engage with Miss Cecilia Perkins? I think she is the chair of that board, is she not?
Can I just, Celia Perkins was the chair. A decision has recently been taken that Deputy Secretary Justine Gregg will now be the chair of the Work Health and Safety Board going forward.
Ms. Gregg.
Ms. Gregg.
Thank you. And as to, you were speaking there of identifying issues that might come through WH&S to you, to the relevance to the branch. Does the branch also, have you identified areas of concern that might be informed by WHS? Have you gone out and sought information on particular topics?
So at this point in time, no, just acknowledging that my monitoring and analysis directorate has barely been realised yet.
Yeah.
But look, there is, this is going to continue to evolve, is going to be clear on who is informing what and by what mechanism. This is work ahead of us.
I just might offer a practical example.
Yes.
And Brigadier Langford may add more to this. Work Health and Safety branch have developed a psychosocial risk platform. So it's a practical tool that our managers, commanders and our people can use, available. And I know that and oversaw that the Work Health and Safety branch and Brigadier Langford's branch consulted on that heavily to make sure that tool picks up the wellbeing element. That's the connection and collaboration.
That's helpful to know, thank you. So that's like an online tool, is it?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. And has that been rolled out?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And as to that collaboration, did you, Brigadier Langford, have any involvement in the development of the Work Health and Safety strategy?
I would have been consulted, I am sure. I can't.
I believe the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
And you don't at this point recall the nature of that input?
I'm confident because AS John Love and I again have regular engagement. He would have brought me along the journey. I just can't say when that was that I was consulted, but indeed there's open dialogue and collaboration and, you know, just aligning each other to what should be important for each other.
And if my memory serves me correct, the Work Health and Safety strategy was brought to the Work Health and Safety Board in the last meeting of last year, of which Brigadier Langford was in attendance for that meeting as well.
Thank you. I think that might be a convenient point to take the adjournment, Commissioners.
We'll adjourn for 15 minutes then if there's nothing further. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn until 3:30. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Thank you, Commissioner. Might I ask for the statement of Brigadier Langford to be displayed? It's DEF.9999.0075.0001. Brigadier Langford, just before the adjournment, we discussed the transfer of certain functions to the branch, and you indicated that they'd largely been, or they had been transferred. Just for clarity, might we go through, please, the various functions which you'd outlined in your statement, because just to check off each of them to ensure that none is missed. Might I then ask you, Operator, to turn to paragraph 63 of that statement? And this is the first tranche, because what was proposed in your statement were the transfer in tranches of various functions into the branch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And the first tranche that was being proposed is the transfer, as we can see here, of the Directorate of Spiritual Health and Wellbeing and its functions, Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, and the Continuous Improvement Framework. I believe you mentioned those, but just for clarity, might you confirm that each of those has been transferred?
That's correct.
Thank you. Operator, could I ask you then to go to tranche 2 at paragraph 64? You'll see there, Brigadier Langford, that there's a reference to the ADF Centre for Mental Health and various subcategories of activities and functions that relate to that centre. Tell me, have they all been transferred? What has happened with this?
They have been transferred, that's correct.
They have been. Thank you. And for my benefit, could I trouble you to speak up just a little bit, please? Thank you. And you might be able to move the microphone a little closer to you. Thank you. And then following on from that, you'll see again, just again for confirmation, if we turn over the page, there's a reference to certain activities that fall within that centre. So there's the Mental Health and Wellbeing Advisory Group. That's been transferred?
No.
But that is within the branch as it sits at the moment?
Sorry, can you just bring that up, what you're referring to?
If I can just ask you, Operator, to focus then on the tranche 2 activities and go over to page 16. So that is an advisory group that has been set up and it did not exist prior to the creation of the branch.
No, it did exist prior to the branch, and it's led by Joint Health Command, and I'm a member.
So now that you have become a member upon the creation of the branch, right. Now, it says here there's a reference to resilience. There's no current recommendation available for this function and it remains subject to further discussion. Could you explain what is encompassed by that short-term resilience and what has happened with that?
Based on my memory, that's in reference to resilience from a military operational context, and that is retained within Joint Health Command.
Thank you. And then you'll see there now a reference at D, ADF Arts for Recovery, Resilience, Teamwork and Skills Program, separate from the other resilience function you just mentioned. Discussion regarding transfer of this function has paused. Can you let us know, please, what the position is with regard to this function?
It has not transferred.
That has not transferred. Is that still with JHC or it is no longer in existence?
I could not answer that.
You don't know the answer. Thank you. And then finally, there's a reference to tranches 3 and 4, and subject to the outcome of detailed organisational design recommendations and further organisational realignment, and there are some resourcing issues. Are there any other functions that have notwithstanding the date of this, have subsequent that were transferred that are not captured here that you mentioned earlier?
No.
No, that's the sweet of it. Thank you. Could I ask you now to address the topic, and you have in some little detail, but maybe we address it in more detail, the extent to which the branch engages with researchers and takes advantage of and apprises itself of research relevant to them, its mental health and wellbeing remit. If I could ask you, please, operator, to go to the role and the objectives of the branch. Now, that's to be found at DEF.1288.0001.0180 at pages 0181. So this is back to the joint directive establishing the branch of 17 July 2023. You'll see at 6 there, if we can focus on that, the role is set out. The branch will provide evidence-based policy advice to improve Defence's mental health and suicide prevention system and act as a catalyst for change to achieve improvements in workforce wellbeing. And then connected with that role, and particularly the evidence base, I take it, there are various objectives. And then among them is an objective of advising on the drivers of distress leading to poor mental health. Now that role and that objective and those objectives, they remain the same, I take it?
Yes.
Thank you. Might you inform the Commission how you, as the Director General, and the branch as an entity, informs yourself and itself of the drivers of distress that lead to poor mental health?
Again, this would be awareness of interventions and downstream impacts on wellbeing, mental health and wellbeing. These will become apparent predominantly in our health system. So again, another activity, the ADF Suicide Review identifies drivers of distress.
Thank you. And we might come to that review together because it does form one of a number of reviews that have taken place or have been proposed to take place. Before coming to that, you are of course aware, are you not, that Professor Jennifer Wild was appointed the Professor of Military Mental Health in the Phoenix, Australia Centre for Post-Traumatic Mental Health?
Yes.
That's right. Yes. And that commission is associated with the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Melbourne. And I'll interpolate there, Commissioners, to note that in that role, Professor Wild is responsible for developing and leading a program of research into the area of military mental health, and doing so in consultation with Phoenix, Australia, the Department of Defence and DVA. Now, have you had engagement with Professor Wild?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And could you describe the nature of that engagement?
Again, it's a relationship based on her focus and work and how we may be able to contribute to that moving forward, and the benefits that may be realised in our understanding on mental health and wellbeing.
Could I just pause you there, Brigadier Langford? You can bring that closer because you keep dropping out and I'm afraid I can't hear you clearly. Thank you.
Is that better?
That's much better, thank you.
So
let me assist you. I'll read back what you said. A relation-based focus for her work and how we may contribute to that moving forward, and the benefits that may be realised in our understanding on mental health and wellbeing.
Yep. So Professor Wild's focus is on mental health. Mm-hmm. No, reinforce that. And she's, military mental health. Again, I'll probably clarify that point. But if we understand, so the risk factors for ideation, which is what she is addressing, sleep, anger, any childhood trauma, anxiety, those are the aspects that she will be looking at. Those are the drivers for, or can lead to drivers for distress, those risk factors. So. And
tell me, what has Professor Wild advised you, if anything, thus far, arising out of the research she has so far undertaken?
So she's framed her future work and prioritised her future work, and again, I can't recall in detail. So I'm aware of that and how she's scoping her work forward plan, for want of a better term, and what research she's prioritising. I am aware of that. It's just not something I can recall. She's got a placemat that very simply describes what she's looking at.
Certainly, thank you. And tell me, have you, in your discussions with Professor Wild, indicated any areas of particular significance or areas that warrant in which you'd like to see research undertaken?
So not in a granular sense. She is very receptive to our input in shaping the scoping for that future work, very interested. Her focus has been also on post-traumatic stress disorder, and I would like to consider post-traumatic stress before it gets to a disorder, for example, but I just need to probably remind you I don't have that research capability yet, so this is contingent on a seat at the table with regards to the research working group. I definitely have that seat, and then the capacity to inform what we might like to see out of Joint Health Command's led research. Again, in time, there will be mental health and wellbeing branch led research.
Yes, and that, in fact, that was my next question. Insofar as you develop that resource, the idea is to take advantage, is it, of third external research?
Yes, yes.
Research within the enterprise?
Yes.
And then there will be research there within the branch itself?
Yes, yeah.
But at this stage, you're unable to say quite when that will be developed?
It is a priority for me, but I don't have a time frame for that.
And tell me, at present, what efforts have you or has the branch undertaken to establish relationships with other external experts or other researchers in relevant areas?
We're engaged with other departments, National Suicide Prevention Office, National Mental Health Commission, indeed DVA, who are leading on research. But again, that's not in a very deliberate manner that I'm directing input to research, if that makes sense.
I understand. And tell me, with the National Suicide Prevention Office, has that engagement largely been in relation to the development of the new strategy?
Yes. Yep.
And we'll come to that in a moment. Tell me, have you, Professor Wild is, as we say, undertaking research, and also further Joint Health Command has, as you've mentioned, undertaken research in the past. One of the items of research that they've commissioned, and this was conducted by Phoenix Australia, was that led to a 2022 report being the WATCH report, Wellness Action Through Checking Health. Mm-hmm. Now, you of course were not involved in that report itself, but have you read the report?
I had previously.
And that report, did it not identify, investigated how sub-threshold signs of mental health changes might be identified and managed, is that right?
Yes.
And when we speak about sub-threshold signs, do you agree that we're talking about signs or symptoms that don't meet a diagnostic criteria?
That's correct, yeah.
But they might precede more serious mental health conditions. Would you accept that?
Yes.
And it's the case that the relevant sub-threshold signs that were identified were problematic anger, sleep disturbances, that's right?
Yes.
And also issues around a lack of social connection, social engagement.
That's correct.
Are these issues that you propose to be addressing within the branch, and if so, how?
If we consider a framework on promote, prevent and treat or intervene, The branch has a focus in how we give education, training, skills and resources for our people across the enterprise to promote an understanding of those signs, promote life skills and how to manage their own well-being, I guess train commanders, leaders, managers in identifying those warning signs, those issues of social connection being apparent and reinforcing good relationships. So there's an education and there's a training component to that. As far as prevention, it's again understanding any data that's giving us indicators that things are not right. When we talk about Sentinel, Comcare, absenteeism, injury, that would then give us cause for concern and would look at resources and policy and action to address that and to prevent those risk factors because we can. And as far as intervention, that what we can do with non-clinical intervention for supporting and assisting the maintenance of mental health and wellbeing.
And Tommy, I take it that this area of subclinical or sub-threshold, I should say, signs is an area in which you would be engaged with JHC in developing programs. Is that right, or am I mistaken?
So I don't have a concrete model in my mind with how this research will unfold. We are new as a branch. It presents opportunities, again, not wanting to duplicate another body of research. I think that's a fundamental consideration, but informing what's already in train, as we say, in process within Joint Health Command, indeed, we will be engaging and informing on that. But we can hardly afford the resources to duplicate. I mean, that's beyond the department as well.
Yes, thank you. Now, as part of engaging with experts, there is a mental health experts roundtable that was held on the 7th of August 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Sorry, you said yes?
I said yes, but I'd probably need to be clear who was...
Let me, I'll bring up the minutes so then you can remind yourself of it and I'll assist you. Operator, could I please bring up document DEF.1311.001.0166?
Oh.
Does that help? Yes. Good. Thank you. Could you tell the commissioners, please, you attended this roundtable?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And that was in the capacity as Director General?
Correct, yes.
And would you be able to tell the commissioners, please, a little bit about the roundtable, what prompted it, and what happened, what was it discussing, and what happened after it?
So the main driver for this roundtable was to discuss the future work of the strategy and what some of the key insights and considerations that both departments, DVA and Defence, might consider in developing the strategy and what we need to look at as far as objectives go. That was the intent.
Yes. And what has happened subsequent to this roundtable, and how has this roundtable informed activities, is more to the point?
Well, it reinforced, particularly with the mental health experts that were convened, it reinforced that this is not a mental health matter alone, that this is not a health matter alone, that there are social determinants at play that can contribute to how we respond to our environment, and we need to consider that, particularly from the Minister for Defence People and Veterans Affairs, the reinforcing that consultation with those that will benefit from the future strategy is important, or fundamental, I should say.
Thank you. And in terms of identifying some of those key issues, and they're not just being mental health issues, it's correct to say, isn't it, that some emerging needs are identified, problematic anger, which we've also discussed just a moment ago, family violence and gambling, is that correct?
Yes.
And also issues such as cultural expertise and barriers to stigma. Do you recall that?
Upon reading, yes.
Thank you. And this roundtable, as you plainly indicated, relates to the development of the strategy, the Defence and Veterans
Yes.
Mental Health Strategy.
Yes.
So if I can turn to that, please. You did mention earlier on that in the joint directive, one of the key tasks assigned to the branch was to lead strategy and policy development and coordination of programs, including the development and implementation of the Defence and Veterans Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2024 to 2029. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was a prior strategy, was there not?
Yes.
And which strategy was that?
That's the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy.
Thank you. And that, of course, was just a strategy for defence, and instead what has been contemplated now is a strategy that spans defence and DVA. Is that right?
To reinforce a lifespan approach.
That's right. Conformably with the idea that was developed in the Productivity Commission report, that you developed that, as you say, lifespan approach. Now, your branch is responsible for the strategy,
Yes.
and then indeed, as to that strategy, would you be able to identify to the commissioners its present status?
It's draft for consultation.
Thank you. Now, it was the case, wasn't it, that in October of 2022, a steering group was established to collaborate and oversee the work required to develop the strategy?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And did you form a part of that steering group from its beginning?
Preemptive of my appointment, yes.
Thank you. And then it is indicated, and I might ask this to be shown to assist Brigadier Langford. If we could go, please, to DEF.999.0162.0089. This is a defence response to a notice to give, to assist you, notice to give 079. And if I might ask you, please, operator, to go to 0021. And at paragraph 1 of 0021, as you will soon see, is what has been done thus far in relation to the strategy. So it's the case, isn't it, as I've just said, that the steering group was established over a year ago in October 2022. And then subsequent to the establishment of that steering group, it is indicated in this document, DEF.999.0154.0021, and at let's make sure we're at the I'll just have the document pulled up to assist you. DEF.999.0154.0020 at 0021. Excellent, thank you very much, and I apologize if I misled you, operator. You can see there, Brigadier Langford, at point 1, to assist you, the question is identify when drafting of the new Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy was commenced, and then the steps taken. That date's indicated, paragraph 1, and then the various sub-paragraphs set out the steps that have been undertaken, certainly at the time of this notice, in relation to the strategy. And the time of this notice is 15 December of last year. So what was undertaken in the 12 months subsequent to the establishment of the steering group was the development and refinement of the mission statement, vision, principles and objectives of the strategy. And you were involved in that.
Yes.
And then further, a desktop analysis of existing national, international mental health and wellbeing strategies and various other documents. Were you involved in that?
So that was a contracted piece of work, but yes.
And so that contracted piece of work, I take it, was crystallised in a document that was provided to the department for consideration. Thank you. And I'll ask you some questions about what was reviewed in a moment, but just to go through each of these. There's a complementary data capture and analysis that's indicated there. And then the stakeholder engagement with the National Suicide Prevention Office, and we mentioned that earlier. Now, as to the desktop analysis, what is mentioned there is a range of different strategies. Tell me, to what extent in the development of the draft strategy has the evidence given to the Royal Commission, the substantive evidence given to the Royal Commission, informed the development of the strategy? Could you identify in what way, if at all?
Sorry, can you please rephrase that? It didn't sound difficult, but...
No. I'll ask you again. Has the evidence given to the Royal Commission informed the development of the strategy? If so, how?
My evidence, or
All the evidence.
All the
has it been has the evidence given in total to the Royal Commission been taken into account?
Yes.
In considering the strategy?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
How so?
Well, it's identifying that there is a need to better support our people, so that acknowledgement. From the perspective of my testimony, it's understanding that we need a preventative and strengths-based approach to mental health and well-being.
Yes.
Mind if I add
Yes, of course.
to that? There's a couple other elements I would add. The focus on early intervention, the language that we use in the strategy, really conscious, and that's Bridie Langford talked about it being out for consultation now, that the language is easy and not complex in nature, and that our people can understand what the strategy is there to do to deliver for them, and that it meets that need. And the joined-up approach between Defence and DVA, I would really highlight that's a significant change within this strategy.
And further to that, the wellbeing factors, the Defence DVA aligned wellbeing factors, that is central to the strategy and to how we consider wellbeing moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you. And there's also been evidence given to the Royal Commission by several organisational experts who have spoken about a couple of topics, and I'll list them for you, about the importance of not just focusing on the individual as the primary target of the intervention, but also how the organisation designs its work. Are you familiar with that?
That makes sense.
And then conformably with that, a focus on the nature of that work and whether it's tolerable for individuals and the impacts of that work on individual health and wellbeing and mental health. Are you familiar with the evidence?
Yes.
And that was evidence given by Dr. Drew and Professor Parker and Associate Professor Jaritzma. Are you able to say whether those particular factors have informed in any way the development of the strategy?
So not directly necessarily relating to that evidence as you've described it, but they are themes that are consistent. We do need an organisational perspective on resources and programs, but it's person-centred is what I would describe.
And tell me, listed there as a number of the items that the work that have been undertaken is complementary data capture and analysis. Are you able to say what that is? It's a bit cryptic, so.
Yes. There has been a lot of work, a lot of primary source information that we have drawn upon. I think that speaks to a number of sources of information. It can be data and information that we had within the department. I think it's talking very broadly, but it's reflective of the detailed analysis and insights that's forming a strong baseline for the strategy.
Thank you. And tell me, in drafting the present strategy, to what extent did you take account of any assessments of the effectiveness or otherwise of the previous strategy, defence strategy?
So we were along the journey with the continuous improvement framework, the Joint Health Command, from the middle of last year. I had a staff member ostensibly embedded with the continuous improvement framework lead. So the insights, which were part of not just their interim report, but what was soon to become the final report, was becoming apparent. Insights such as the literacy of suicide across the department was strong, and then how we can continue to reinforce that. The awareness that our data didn't lend itself to providing an objective assessment of the program and policy outcomes and effectiveness.
And just on that point, and I'm sorry, I hope I don't interrupt your train of thought, but as to data and effectiveness, that was identified, was it not, in the University of Canberra report,
Yes.
that there are certain inadequacies in the data
Yes,
and the ability, therefore, to monitor?
Yes. The need for a more mature implementation plan before programs are rolled out, particularly where we are seeking to evaluate if they're a high profile or high value activity, having, the resources and then a plan to do that was important, reinforced by their final findings. So understanding we needed a strategy that was evidence-based, understanding that we needed to have a plan to implement, and then a plan for data that would support our understanding whether we achieved those outcomes that we set to achieve in the strategy was, again, incorporated into our design.
Yeah. Now, the strategy isn't finished, is it?
No.
No, it hasn't been published. And of course, the Productivity Commission report back in 2019, in its recommendation 17.4, recommended that Defence and DVA should urgently develop a new single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health. That's what this strategy is going to do, is it not?
Yes.
And I understand that you have come to the strategy a little late in that time frame, since 2019. But nonetheless, are you able to say why it has not yet been finalised and published? What are the impediments to it, to that having happened? Why has that not yet happened?
Look, I think if we consider that we've got two departments now working alongside, addressing this collaboratively, that in itself is a piece of cultural change which takes time. Again, if we reference the National Suicide Prevention Office strategy development, I guess it is a national strategy and we've got jurisdictions to consider, but if you're going to get it right, it does take the necessary consideration and co-design to have a viable product that supports the needs.
And that's really the work that began subsequent to your joining, or your taking on your present role, is it
Yes.
not? Now, of course, the previous Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing strategy, that expired in 2023, did it not?
Well, that was a time frame, yes.
So is it the case that there is no present strategy in place to govern the delivery of mental health and wellbeing policies and procedures and its management within Defence?
No, this is not a matter of something stopped, there's a gap and it started. We have maintained, and indeed Joint Health Commanders have maintained their service delivery. The programs that were reflected in the previous strategy is now being, I guess, led by the branch. So I'm comfortable that it's business as usual, and that we will have a new strategy which will, again, it will be different, it will look different, and it will feel different, and for various reasons we've touched on in the last couple of hours, but reinforcing, importantly, the consultation which is in process at the moment is extensive. It is reaching to families, and is hearing from our members on the ground on what it is that they see they need to support their health and wellbeing. So we haven't got all of that feedback yet, and that will inform the final product.
As part of the work that was undertaken that we identified earlier, and in particular the review of existing strategies, one of the strategies that has been under consideration is the UK Defence People Health and Wellbeing Strategy of 2022 to 2027. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
In that strategy, one of the issues that that strategy refers to a holistic approach to mental health and wellbeing. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you yourself, do you emphasise the need for a holistic approach?
Yes.
And then a number of the issues that that strategy emphasises, first, it emphasises injury prevention, and second, it emphasises health inequalities alongside mental health and resilience and suicide prevention. Can you indicate whether or not those two issues, injury prevention and then health inequalities, whether they are called out in the current draft of the strategy?
There is a focus and will be on it being inclusive, the strategy, and this again speaks to the need for very broad consultation. So we need to hear from families and our members, being public servants and uniformed people, how they see themselves, in the strategy. And so,
yeah, and then as to injury prevention, because we certainly have heard evidence about the connection between injury and mental health.
And again, this talks to those ability to prevent injury to physical and mental injury, which is one of those the psychosocial risks that we focus on. So the short answer is yes. The use of that strategy, if I could provide some further context.
Yes, certainly.
If you look at it on face value, it's simple, it's readable, it's uplifting, it talks about the whole person, it does have a lifespan approach, it's preventative and it's strengths-based. So by using that as an example or an exemplar for the steering group to consider was just trying to demonstrate an alternate way of looking at the development of this new joint strategy.
Thank you. So that is the way in which that has informed you.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me, Ms. Haynes, in what way have you contributed to the development of the strategy, if at all?
Certainly. So in terms of my contribution to the strategy, Brigadier Langford reports to me regularly on the strategy. There was a time, to give a really practical example, where Brigadier Langford needed to be offline for a period when it was a highly critical point in the strategy. I took myself offline, and this goes to my point around me reprioritising my workload to make this a priority. I took myself offline to be part of the working group for that week to make sure that we were keeping at pace in terms of what needed to be achieved from the strategy. In terms of my contribution to the strategy, Brigadier Langford and I discuss on a regular basis, weekly if not daily, in terms of the drafting, particularly to make sure that you mentioned the term at some urgency. In my time since I've been there, since the 17th of August, we have definitely kept at pace on this to make sure that we had a consultation draft ready to be consulted with people. I just want to emphasise on that consultation draft that it is a product. It's not a theory, if that makes sense. Yes. That there's a product that we're consulting on.
Yes. And tell me, what are the next steps in relation to the strategy? So I understand that there's a consultation process that's supposed to be finished this month. Is that right?
Yes.
Has it been completed yet, or it will shortly?
No, it continues.
Yes. Will it be completed this month?
Yes.
And then what's happening thereafter?
Sorry, no, I need to clarify. That's the initial face-to-face consultation with this draft. It will be iterative.
Yes.
There will be webinars and there'll be subsequent follow-up across the regions, articulating what we have heard and putting information where possible into themes, and then advising how it's shaping the new strategy. But again, when we get to the final product and launch, that again doesn't signal the end of consultation.
Are you able to say with any degree of precision when the strategy might be ready for publication?
We are working towards the end of this financial year. That's what we are working towards.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the strategy, of course, there are various action plans that sit beneath the strategy. Is that right?
So that is the concept. At this point in time, there will be a suicide prevention action plan. That is our priority. However, determining what other action plans there will be is yet to be confirmed. Lessons learnt from the current strategy and what the University of Canberra identified was managing multiple action plans proved problematic. So we're interested to work out what it may look like, but there will be a suicide prevention action plan.
Yes. But at this stage, is it the case that there are no substantive subordinate documents to the strategy yet?
No. There is a program logic, so a monitoring and evaluation framework in development that is in draft and is being presented to the steering group, I believe, the end 20th of March. So that's a fundamental framework to drive how we evaluate the strategy, which encompasses the action plans moving forward. Again, picking up on our insights and lessons from previous strategies.
Yeah, thank you.
Recommendation.
Can I ask you to turn to another topic, and that is the continuous improvement framework? You gave some evidence in relation to that, I believe, Brigadier Langford, in hearing block 9. Could you recap how it's going to work in relation to the strategy?
So we're not calling it a continuous improvement framework. The branch is focusing how we address program and initiative and policy implementation with a continuous improvement mindset and approach. So it's not distinct from, or peculiar to, I should say, the strategy. It's how we will approach measuring and evaluating and understanding whether we've achieved what we said we're going to achieve with either high-level training or programs, or even more tactical. So again, central to that is the development of a monitoring and evaluation framework, which is based on a program logic. So if we apply the same approach to anything we do, then we're talking the same language. The services and groups will understand what we're talking about. And this is also, the monitoring and evaluation framework is aligned to the Commonwealth Evaluation Framework. So again, we're some interoperability, talking the same language. So it's the approach to the strategy, but it's also how we'll approach any other implementation of policy and programs that eventuate.
Thank you. Now, as to policies and programs, could I ask you, operator, please to display DEF.9999.0166.0001. This is the Defence Response to NTG Def 241. Brigadier Langford, Ms Haynes, this notice relates to programs supporting responsible persons for the ADF suicide prevention program, and it identifies some of the relevant programs, so we might go through those. If I could ask you, please, operator, to display page 2 of that notice, 0002. So as part of the broader ADF suicide prevention program, there are a variety, there are several sub-programs, as it were, that's accurate to say. And they are identified on this page. You can see that there, and then the following pages I suspect you will soon see. You will see there, in relation to the first row of that table 1.1, there's a reference to a suicide prevention awareness program, and each of your names appear in relation to that. So, Ms Haynes, you're identified as the responsible accountable officer at the Band 2 level for the Defence, the suicide prevention program. Can you indicate to the Commissioners what that means?
So as Brigadier Langford identified, that is part of the function that transferred from Joint Health Command. In terms of my role as an accountable officer for overseeing that work, I would talk about it in a couple of components. One is the accountability in terms of the work occurring, that the work occurs in the way that it is meant, and that we have the resources, the time dedicated to actually seeing that work through.
Yes, and insofar, Brigadier Langford, as you're indicated as responsible for the operational implementation of the program, you're responsible for seeing that the work occurs and reporting to Ms Haynes, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And is that true? That's true, is it not, of each of the various programs that are set out here?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I have a question in relation to one of the programs in particular. It's a program identified at step 3, the Suicide Prevention Skills Training Applied. If we go to page 0005 of that document, you'll see that this is a program primarily targeted at junior leaders, commanders and managers as an aspect of suicide prevention. Are you able to indicate whether there are any other programs targeted to that cohort, so middle management and lower management, not just in relation to suicide prevention, but also well-being?
Yes, yeah. There are a number of opportunities to develop our awareness and alertness to suicide prevention. Part of that is reflected in the review of our leadership training and how we can embed caring, and I think I can describe it. If you just bear with me, I can refer to the draft Defence Leadership Framework under consideration, where it has 6 attributes, of which 1 talks about inclusivity, and it's about creating environments where fundamentally we care for our people. So that training will be agreed to, embedded, rolled out in the future, and it's how we, again, consider the needs and well-being of individuals that will form a thread throughout our leadership training at each level, including our public servants.
And as part of that training, do you consider the impact of workplace stressors and how they can be managed?
Yes.
Particularly by those managers?
Yes.
Now, might I ask you another question in relation to some of the programs that are in place? And that is in particular programs that are to be developed pursuant to the Safe Side framework, which is under development. Now, it's the case, isn't it, that has been under development since November 2021,
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you able to indicate to the Commissioners what point that has now achieved?
So it's in its 3rd year of a 3-year project. As I mentioned at the start of this session, the universal alertness training has been rolled out, the annual training, which is available, is mandated for ADF members and available to everyone else in the organisation. It is has been there has been a significant amount of work to contextualise the training, to provide a mechanism which reinforces a person-centred approach to how we deal with people who and manage people who are in distress, or how an individual manages themselves if they're in distress. And so that has been a key body of work, and ostensibly the team that were transferred from Joint Health Command to the new branch are the drivers of that work. And so that's been rolled out. They have also been working on the command, lead and management package that then supports the leadership in understanding how to manage people and who are in distress, or showing signs that they're not connected, or some other indicators that would suggest they need some assistance. That package is being finalised and will then be implemented across the organisation. There is also complementary to that is the gatekeeper training, which is where we're upskilling our mental health professionals and those people that support the clinical intervention systems, as well as the welfare support people and our chaplains. So there's a body of training that's going to be finalised imminently and implemented predominantly for our, as I said, our mental health workforce and clinical workforce, our medical officers this year.
Might I ask, is that the same as or related to or separate from the mental health risk assessment training for mental health professionals?
That is part of it.
Part of it.
That is, again, a change in policy and a change in process that will reflect this approach, this new approach to suicide prevention.
Thank you. And sorry, I interrupted you. Is there anything else you wanted to say in relation to SafeSite?
Fundamentally, it's given it is a cultural change to how we approach suicide and people at risk for our organisation. There has been senior leadership engagement on what this means, ensuring that we reinforce that this is evidence-based and to trust this new approach. In days gone by, we would have stratified risk for one of our members if they came to us, and if I was a commanding officer and I had a member come to me clearly articulating that they are needing support, they're having suicidal thoughts, we would, as a commander, apportion a degree of risk to that, low, medium, high, which would then be confirmed or otherwise by our health system, which would again, low, medium, high. And now we understand now, and we've learned, that they're at risk. So it's what do we do from a person's perspective, not from the organisational risk perspective. That person's at risk. What do we do then to support them through this from a community of support framework, a safety plan framework? So it is fundamentally different. There's a cultural change aspect to this. So again, senior leadership are embracing and supporting this. That will filter down through the organisation, and we've got the training to support everyone's role and responsibility, including the individual.
And the training that you've mentioned earlier for managers and middle managers and lower managers, that will address that very issue, among others?
Sorry, that will address?
The issue that you've just been discussing, maybe
yes,
moving from a risk.
How they respond, yes.
Can I just add the mandatory training that Brigadier Langford mentioned before? I just want to highlight that it is very practical in nature, and the way it talks about giving people the words to use, the support mechanisms, and it is preventative. I just want to highlight that it's a good training package in terms of giving tools for people, and we've had feedback to that extent as well.
Thank you.
A very critical point I failed to mention, we have lived experience that has informed this training, and it's a really important point.
And tell me, as to that lived experience, is that informed the training pursuant to a framework, the lived experience framework, is that right, or no? How do they interact?
So the lived experience, so based on principles, yes. is there a framework that's finalised? No. But the principles of how we, trauma informed, how we and volunteers and how we support garnering that information, how we protect people's privacy, although share as much as they would like to share, absolutely. But that is a really important point for this new approach, is that we've got people talking about how they've come through and managed their experiences.
Yeah. And so when you talk about their sharing of information, are you referring to conversations around consent over the sharing of information or something else?
No, I think it's more about their own personal boundaries,
I see.
what they're comfortable to talk about.
And as to the lived experience framework, there's not one presently.
No.
Is there one in development?
Yes.
And at what stage of development is that?
So it's in a, I would say, a baseline level of development. We have lent into DVA, who have a more mature framework. So again, collaboration and learning. So the framework has, for defence in particular, is going to be expanded to understand other aspects of experience, life experience, beyond those that are impacted by suicide. So that ostensibly, and not having a lived experience manager for a period of time has had an impact in the speed at which we can develop our own framework. But we have a working group that will, and representation from the groups and services, and that working group may include people with lived experience, but in due course it will form the framework to then safely have lived experience capabilities assembled as required to support policy and program considerations.
Thank you. Operator, could I ask you to return to the page we were on previously?
Forgive me for the interruption, Ms. Rubigotti. Forgive me for the interruption, but just wondering how much longer you had. My only concern is that some of the witnesses may have flights or commitments.
Yes.
We've reached the time. It's 4:30. We also had some questions as well.
15 minutes, is that a possibility? How they might check how the witnesses are playing.
I'm fine.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I'm grateful. If I can just address operator DEF.9999.0166.0002 and 3 very briefly. Is it possible to bring up both the pages? Thank you. We've just going through, we've dealt with Safe Side Framework and Lived Experience Framework at the end. Just going through seriatim, suicide prevention awareness, that is in train, and that is a program in place at the moment, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Are there any developments or changes proposed in relation to that by reason of the current work of the branch?
Sorry, can you please clarify?
Are you presently undertaking any revision or work in relation to that particular program?
No.
The next one, mental health promotion training for all defence staff, that is in place or that is proposed to be in place?
Proposed.
Are you able to say when that might be in place?
Sorry, can I just see where you're referring to? Sorry, I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you look at table 1.1, the first column, second line, step 1, mental health promotion.
So that there are some activities, for example, development of commanders' guides and information that I was referring to that is supported on our portal, our wellbeing portal. So that's not an activity. This talks to how we promote mental health and wellbeing across the enterprise.
I see. And then the Keep Your Mates Safe training course that is beneath that, has that been rolled out already?
So that Keep Your Mates Safe it continues, is my understanding. Yeah.
And then as to the remaining items, there's a suicide prevention skills training applied. That is the one we have discussed, or is that another one?
What I will say is anything that was in place before any transfer of functions continues
to be in place. Thank
Yeah.
you. Might I ask you then to consider one last topic, and that is a topic of monitoring and analysis that arises out of the assurance check reports and a number of other processes and review processes and monitoring processes that have been put in place by JHC and also through the branch. Now, as to the assurance check report, you'll recall that that was a non-technical analysis of 59 IGADF reports. And that analysis sought to identify certain gaps, risks, and trends and themes in relation to death by suicide. Following on from that report, there was a further tranche of analysis that was undertaken, a tranche 2, and that was a supplementary piece of work to address relationship breakdowns. Are you familiar with that work?
Not specifically relationship breakdowns, no.
I might ask for it to be brought up. Let me show you DEF.1289.001.001. So this was a further piece of analysis that came out of the directorate, the Select Strategic Issues Management Directorate, in relation, you'll see supplementary analysis of relationship breakdowns as a contributing factor. Is this something that you're familiar with, this document?
I likely would have read it last year.
Pardon?
I would have probably read this last year, but yes.
You don't presently recall that? So you're not, the branch is not presently doing any work in relation to this supplementary analysis?
I can talk to the pilot which is underway, which I would suggest talks to all matters related to a member who has died by suicide, and it would open up, relationship breakdown was a contributing factor in an individual case.
Yeah.
I can talk to that.
But we can come to that, but not this in particular.
No.
No. Thank you. We'll come to the pilot, but first of all, I understand the Defence Suicide Death Review process. Are you familiar with that?
The ADF.
So the Defence Suicide Death Review process, and I believe that came out of JHC, and was that absorbed into the ADF Suicide Review pilot? Maybe Ms. Haynes, you might know the answer.
There's been a number of initiatives happening concurrently over the course of the last 18 months, 2 years, which have subsequently been overtaken by what is now known as the ADF Suicide Review pilot. So yes, is the short answer. It's contributed. Joint Health Commands are leaning on that activity, but there are others as well.
And we'll come to the pilot, but again, let me just refer to one of those other processes, and that is the interim possible suicide death learning process. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is the relationship of that with the pilot?
So that was an early consideration generated from Work Health Safety Branch. It was initially consulted, and feedback was very clear that it was not going to get what we were after as far as an organisation, that it did not need to proceed, so nothing was actually implemented any further on that particular activity.
I see, thank you. So turning then to the pilot, are you able to speak to that?
Yes,
and this is the last topic, Commissioners.
So whilst understanding all of this, focus on how we can learn from what ostensibly are tragic cases, we undertook designing a process for assurance, and this process has formed a pilot activity which is based on 6 phases. So I can talk through each phase, but ostensibly we're at phase 2. So phase 1 is gathering the information. So IGADF reporting is a baseline for how we compartmentalise this particular activity. So at the moment, the pilot has considered those IGADF reports which have been received by the department between calendars year 2020 and 2022. This has comprised of 6 cases and 7 reports. So that's our baseline. That activity in phase 1 is looking at other supplementary information to support, for example, any other workforce data management information on those particular 6 members that might help inform our assurance activity moving forward. So that's gathering the information. Phase 2 is coding and extracting. This is looking at the qualitative analysis and reviewing the relevant findings from the IGADF reports and any other information that can start to generate themes. So that's coding and identifying key themes. That activity hasn't finished. It should be due to finish by the end of April. Phase 3 is the presentation and timeline. So this is where we will look at each individual life and walk alongside that member, given the information that we have, and then providing a context to their journey. And any information that might have been critical or of interest that might have precipitated a certain action or outcome. So that's a presentation and timeline phase 3, and we will consider that would be complete by July this year. Moving on to phase 4, this is when we would have our suicide expert panel convened. That's when we'll, and again, to ensure we have a cross-section of expertise on this panel to best represent this, social determinants, and to ensure we don't generate groupthink, and have a look at some of the prevention opportunities and lessons learned whilst we've been talked through each individual's life. They would consider recommendations if there are any, and potentially what recommendations need to be prioritised, and potentially also what if there are themes to be identified from those 6 reports, but there may not be. There might not be any evidence of consistent themes. There might be a particular finding which is so obvious and stark that would warrant a recommendation moving forward. We don't need to necessarily gather themes. That's phase 4. Phase 5 is the collation of the final report with recommendations, and acknowledging we want recommendations which are actionable and that we can affect across the organisation. That's due to be completed by November 24. And then finally, tracking the implementation of the recommendations, which is key.
And can I just ask a couple of questions around the pilot? Having regard to the nature of the underlying data, so many of these reports, do you see that there are any challenges in analysing it, given that the reports themselves are not always informed by clinical expertise? And what do you have to say to that?
Well, it's moreover that the report isn't designed for that. So, and again, it's not, there is assumption in that question that a member's actually had some clinical support, and that may not be the case. So the IGADF reports is designed to determine a service nexus.
Yes.
There is an opportunity to inform potentially lines of inquiry within the IGADF process, understanding it's outside our department, but if they accept that there might be other questions that might be of value to understanding what might have been happening to that individual. So for example, you cite relationship breakdown. If we're looking at our personnel data systems, we have recognised relationships identified in our personnel systems. Someone may have a very serious long-term relationship that has broken down, but it's not reflected on our PERS system. But the commanding officer or the friend or colleague or officer commanding may be absolutely aware of that relationship, the depth of that relationship and the gravity of that loss. So that's a key piece of information that would be very insightful and supporting our understanding. But again, this is looking at I'll leave it at that. Sorry.
And Tommy, were you able to indicate how many people are on the expert review panel and what their qualifications are?
No. But it will comprise a cross-section to ensure it is informed. We're trying to ensure that it provides a well-being lens, and we'll have suicidologists, definitely, psychology, yes, but there will be other people that will be assembled to provide that expertise.
Thank you. And then one last issue. Late last year, the Air Force established the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Group. Are you able to indicate, or Mental Health and Wellbeing Directorate, are you able to indicate how your branch is engaging with that group or directorate within the Air Force, and what, if any, engagement you've had regarding its establishment and the work it's doing?
So I haven't been directly engaged with the establishment of that directorate. I am aware of the people within the directorate, and again, they are a part of working groups. We represent them at steering groups. So the groups and services will have entities, they'll have individuals that will, I guess, champion and support implementation of programs and policy within the respective group and service. So it's not, it's a matter of alignment, and indeed they are aligned to the branch.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Could I just ask, in terms of the development of the new strategy, you made reference to potentially some at-risk cohorts, for example, medical discharge, involuntary discharge. I suspect coming out of this Royal Commission there will be new cohorts of at-risk identified. I'm just wondering, in terms of the capacity of the strategy to respond to that, given the proposed timing of the strategy and the proposed timing of the Royal Commission report?
My answer to that would be the strategy is designed to be specifically preventive and strength-based, whilst acknowledging that there are downstream impacts when things are not going well, when people are struggling. It will be broad enough to support a changing context. The action plans will be the ability for us to, change priorities of resourcing, design new programs as evidence comes forward that suggests that there is a new group for which we need to focus efforts towards. So they will be reviewed, and they will be, I call it the live iterative documents, and the strategies is what we hang those plans under. So we have opportunity to adjust and learn.
So in the same vein, yesterday in his opening address, Commissioner Caldas talked about the data not only that of known or confirmed suicides, but some of the other deaths of despair, those who have died of drug and alcohol poisoning that was either accidental or undetermined, and those who died of chronic liver disease, those who died in road crashes, which include motor vehicle accidents, some of which are likely to be unconfirmed suicides. Are you taking that into account, those cohorts, potential cohorts, in the development of your work around the mental health and wellbeing strategy?
Yeah. So not specifically talking to deaths of despair as that cohort is framed, but if we're looking at lifestyle choices, yes. So we're looking at people being educated on good lifestyle choices, eating well, sleeping well, healthy engagement, social connections, which may or may not include healthy, drinking, things like that. That is absolutely what we will be focused on, and if that sort of speaks to your question, Brooke. Not
It goes some way, but not entirely.
Just that in terms of Brigadier Langford's comment that the goals of the strategy are broad enough to encompass that. and in particular looking at, which we've talked a lot about, but the preventative nature of the strategy and the early intervention nature. And that's what I'd really draw out in terms of those comments, that specific goal. And if I reflect on it, it's improve mental health and wellbeing through prevention and early intervention. I think that goal talks to being broad enough to encompass that.
And my next question is just around, and it goes to, I guess, once the strategy's developed and you're doing the monitoring and evaluation, the current difficulty with the continuous improvement framework being unable to evaluate the strategy is partly because of the lack of data. And are you going to have the data capability to look at these broader issues? For example, are you going to have the data about the APS staff and the contractors who you've said are going to be involved? Are you going to have data capability to look at things like deaths of despair as well as suicides?
There is opportunity there. There is a limited amount of data with regards to our APS. If we consider absenteeism, complaints, Sentinel.
There's a number of data points, particularly for our APS workforce, in terms of particularly around our compensable claim process and compensation component that would go into that as well. There's our APS census results in terms of wellbeing and engagement in that factor. There's, you will have heard evidence in relation to our case management system. The case management system will encompass our APS workforce into that as well. So, and I just raise that the number of data points are there to be drawn on in order to do so.
I'm pleased to hear that, and that hopefully it is being considered. Can I just ask, in terms of the mental health and wellbeing branch, are there any equivalents across our Five Eyes partners or anywhere else?
Yeah. I would like to think that we were unique. So I think there is a movement towards that. Whether there is a branch that looks exactly like ours, I couldn't answer.
So you're not learning from somewhere else, you're literally leading the way?
We are engaged with Five Eyes, and particularly from a transition wellbeing perspective, we've got a chair on that. Yeah.
And the one sort of linkage I would draw is the work that's been done by the Australian Public Service, led out of the Australian Public Service Commission, headed by Rachel McMahon, in terms of the suicide prevention side for the APS. We have definitely drawn learnings from that in their approach, in the way that, in particular, I think that Rachel McMahon's work has used evidence-based and the expert panel arrangements to inform strategies that that resonate to the Australian Public Service.
One question I'm wondering about, with the new branch, and I do think this sounds all very positive and it's progressing, which is good to see. Somewhere along the way, I have no doubt that a service member or a family member is going to make contact with you about their individual circumstances and their concerns. Have you got a clear process or protocol for how you're going to be dealing with that?
We're already dealing with that. There have been instances of that. I actually welcome initial engagement because I think that's just reinforcing that there is a point of entry into the organisation, particularly for families and those impacted outside. So I don't have an issue with it. Do I have enough people to manage it if it's going to uptick? Possibly not. But the system hasn't changed significantly. We're just providing a central point of entry. So there'll always be support and helplines available and, respective chains of command to refer people to, if that helps.
Feeling very positive until you said the system, it's not changing significantly, because I'm kind of hoping it is a very significant change.
So I get we're enhancing the system and optimising it, so.
Can I just add one point to that, which I think is a really important point? Under the interim report that we saw, one of the recommendations was about ensuring that we have trauma-informed practices within the organisation. And we've worked on that and prioritised those areas referenced within the interim report. So the single information access unit of people coming into the department. The trauma-informed practices will be something that will be available to all of Defence, but it'll be prioritised into certain areas to make sure that our people are aware of the trauma-informed practices and their engagement, particularly with families.
My last question relates, Brigadier Langford, to your earlier advice around the your current term in this role. I just would like to hear your view about the impact of a change in the, or potential change in the Director General of this branch at this kind of crucial time.
So I'll answer that in two parts, please, Commissioner. So firstly, I have little control over my destiny, but personally, I would like to see things progress more into a more mature state.
And I appreciate that, but the impact of a change, do I take it from what you've said that you think that would potentially be disruptive and negative?
I don't know is a short answer. We have robust handover systems and mechanisms to, inform changeover of positions. I just took it from a very personal perspective, sorry. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks. Could I revert to the data area that Commissioner Brown mentioned earlier on? Am I correct in thinking that you don't have your own in-house data analysis people?
I have people, but we're not functioning yet. We're understanding the framework in which we'll be operating,
Right.
working with data division, so we'll have a governance framework. So no, I have...
But presumably Defence/ADF have the capacity internally. I say that because our data people are validating their analyses with Defence as we speak.
Yep.
So is that correct to say?
Yes, yes.
And so can you have ready access to the other
Yes.
facilities within Defence/ADF
Yes.
for that sort of assistance?
And we do. So Joint Health Command is a key custodian of health data for us, and they absolutely share access to their dashboard, their systems, and indeed that they're managing on their SharePoint site our suicide database.
And so when we produce our report with our analyses, that should be able to be dealt with pretty well immediately.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just have a couple of points to make. Just in relation to the training that's been mentioned, that it sounded certainly positive about equipping people with the appropriate language and awareness and skill sets to deal with suicidality. Who is that being rolled out to, and how's it being rolled out? Has it been rolled out or is it proposed?
So we've had virtual training, and that's the annual awareness training that has been rolled out now, and that's mandated for ADF members to complete.
At all levels?
Yes, every single member. So that's the virtual training. There will be command command level, it's command manager, supervisor training, which will also be virtual, and that's happening. But the other training I think you may be referring to, Commissioner, is that leadership training I was talking about, which talks more broadly to how we care for our people and what we consider well-being is. We've also got our performance reporting, which clearly articulates a component of well-being being measured in our performance as a commander, leader and manager, and we're reported on that.
So what level is that delivered to? What rank?
Well, all I would say all ranks, but I
You
know that,
mentioned it's leadership training. Is it
yes,
at commission officers?
all levels of leadership, so corporal and above, yeah.
Thank you. Just the PhD study that you've mentioned being carried out by your staff member in relation to transition and its impact, do you know when that's likely to conclude or finish?
She'll be watching this and she'll tell me I should know this, and my apologies, no, Commissioner.
I'm just curious
Probably
whether,
sooner than,
whether it will be in the lifetime of the Royal Commission or not, but it doesn't seem
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. I do want to make one point before we finish, which may be in some way stating the obvious, and that is this Royal Commission is acutely interested, obviously, in the work that you're carrying out and the outcomes you'll arrive at and the ones you have arrived at already, and it's clear that a fair amount of effort has gone in already. We appreciate you're part of a sort of a large ecosystem that often you don't have any control over, but this Commission still has some months to run, as you know. And we intend to take it to the wire. We're certainly going to be watching fairly closely, and we hope that no one takes their foot off the pedal based on the life of the Royal Commission, that's all. But thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown has one more question. Commissioner Douglas. I was just about to. Sorry, I thought yourself did. Mr. Fordham, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
And is there any matters arising, Ms. Rivergod?
No, nothing arising.
Will the witnesses be excused from their
Yes, yes, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for being patient. We have run over time, but we're certainly happy that we got through the material we needed to get through today. And we wish the branch every success, obviously.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Are there any other matters?
No, we can adjourn until tomorrow.
We'll adjourn until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. then.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned to 9 a.m. Wednesday, 6 March 2024.